We ready to go? Wonderful. Good evening. Welcome to the Governance Committee meeting. I am Commissioner Malloy. I want to apologize to the public for our late start tonight. We were having a number of technical issues or glitches, and I think we've worked those out. Kudos and props to our tech department for helping us with those at the last minute. I think we've finally been able to log in here on the dais, and so we'll begin. So welcome, everyone. We have a fairly short governance agenda, believe it or not, tonight. I think we'll get through this rather quickly, but we do have a number of things that we will need to discuss. We do not have an executive session that we need to go into at this point. And we do have, I think, one speaker.
Yes, actually, we will take both speakers from who had signed up because of timing and also with regard to the agenda. So we'll start with our first speaker. Both are joining us on Zoom.
Okay.
Our first speaker is Anthony McCabe, a staff member who is speaking on the topic of testing availability for teachers. Is Anthony in the room?
Am I speaking now?
Yes, Mr. McCabe, welcome. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to talk fast, so bear with me, guys. On behalf of all teachers and parents, I feel obligated to advocate for a 1 to 2 week pause in in-person instruction, to stay home, let the holiday surge pass, and encourage vaccinations. Currently, districts are putting parents in the difficult position to choose whether to send their children into an environment they believe may be unsafe, or to keep them home and miss instruction altogether. Many of these parents seem to be choosing the latter, considering my attendance has hovered around 50% the past 2 days. Staff have taken the brunt of the COVID surge this year. 17.5% of all RCSD staff testing positive since just September, and 169 at last check, or 4%, testing positive in just the past 5 days. Though thankfully the vaccines have prevented staff deaths this year, many I know personally are still without taste or smell. But since leaders continue to, even nationally, leaders are always sure to say that schools are safe when mitigation measures are followed correctly. I'd invite anyone, any leaders, to come in to our hallways, into our cafeterias, to find that it is close to impossible to follow the mitigation necessary to stop the spread of Omicron. From personal experience, there's zero distancing in cafeterias, and there is consistent refusal to wear masks correctly, specifically over your nose. Students need to be in school. Everyone agrees with that, most everyone, and as a data-driven teacher, I've seen the negative effects that long-term remote learning has had on students. But there's a complete disregard that we're in a different phase of the pandemic, and short-term remote learning of 1 to 2 weeks with the urgency to stay home and get vaccinated could be of benefit right now. Many major cities, including Newark, Atlanta, Cleveland, and the entire province of Ontario, Canada, have made the proactive decision to go temporarily remote to allow the unknowns of this surge to pass that's directly correlating with increased hospitalizations. And quickly, I'm just going to wrap up. I'll end with the fact that it's continued disappointment that the communication from leaders of RCSD to members of RCSD continues to fall short of what it should be. Community, again, had to find out through social media that we lost one of our students to COVID, last week. There's still been no recognition of that from our superintendent or any leadership. We're tired, we continue to show up, but the lack of communication and common sense decision-making is driving us away from this profession. Please re-examine the current situation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. McCabe. We appreciate your comments tonight. We also have another speaker, Rebecca Hetherington, a parent who is addressing the board on the topic of district response to COVID. Is Ms. Hetherington in the room?
Hi.
Hi, Ms. Hetherington. Whenever you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. So thank you, Kalia. My name is Rebecca Hetherington, and I'm the secretary of the Parent Leadership Advisory Council. Yesterday, PLAC held a parent forum offering parents of the Rochester City School District an opportunity to chat about the COVID spike and what they would like from the district. Executive teams from both BEC and CPAC participated in the forum as well, and parents of students of all ages and programs across the district. This is the first time PLAC has hosted an event where Zoom was so overwhelmed that it started to bounce people from the waiting room as well during the beginning of the meeting. We also put out a simple survey of 3 questions for parents to answer, and to both the invitation to talk and the survey, the response was incredible. PLAC is submitting this evening a spreadsheet export of that survey conducted with 393 responses. The first question of the survey, it was, if offered, would a short-term remote learning option work for your family? And an overwhelming 79.7% of parents said yes. Many parents opted to create their own answer, which included a yes, but also that it would be really difficult on their student and their family. But if that's what's best, they would figure it out. This is a running theme of survey results and of parent contributions to this conversation. I have often heard the term servant leader, and that is absolutely your parents in this district. The second question was, if RCSD must go remote, what does your family need most to help your students succeed? And 46% of parents said that they needed their Chromebook, which is either left at school or in need of repair. The next most important thing is social time with peers and educators, which aligns with our continued requests for social and emotional supports for all of our students. The third question is there anything you'd like the district to know from being a parent during COVID? I can't possibly sum up the 265 responses to this question or the 9 pages of notes from breakout rooms last night. But what I can say is that we are tired of not being a part of the decision-making process from the start. How can you come up with solutions if you haven't talked to us about what the actual problems are? Parents are continuously asked to keep children home with any symptoms or to pick them up from school if they show signs, even if they are vaccinated or recently recovered from the virus, with no testing available, is unexcused, resulting in many parents having to deal with the results of students with chronic absenteeism. We have all noticed the disappearance of the temperature checks, the hand sanitizing upon entry to school buildings for each student, and parents have also expressed the concern about opting into random testing that hasn't happened. If it's okay, I just have one more thing I wanted to add, and the rest I'll submit in writing. With the passing of the young man, one of our very own, Derek, from Leadership Academy, it has brought up the scariest worst case scenario for all of us, and parents are part of the solution. And I want to thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Hetherington. Definitely be sure to send in the comments in writing since you do have those, and those were a little bit longer. So we appreciate you sending those in, and all the board members will receive them, and we'll go ahead and post them as well for those in our public. And that does conclude our speakers portion of this evening.
Thank you. Moving on to our next agenda item, we don't have any minutes to report this evening, but I think first and foremost, we had asked that our superintendent present us with our district's pivot plan and our COVID-19 response. And I'm wondering if, not to put you on the spot, I'm wondering if you might also offer a few words of condolences for the 2 students who passed away. I know you did that last night already, and thank you for that.
I'd actually planned to.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy, for giving me time to talk about our COVID-19 response and pivot plans. But it is always very difficult when you have to make a phone call to a parent to offer your condolences. And in this case, I spoke with both of the mothers of the sons whom we lost, both attending Leadership Academy. I offered condolences certainly on behalf of the district and on behalf of the Board of Education, and just really was an opportunity to check and connect with both those moms just to see how they were doing and if there was anything that we certainly could do. I did have an opportunity to spend some time at leadership with then Vice President and now President Elliott, and we learned a lot about both young men, from principals, from teachers, and from their peers. And so I was able to convey that information to to the moms that I spoke with yesterday and today. It certainly is a very sad time. And anytime you lose a member of your school community, it's very sad and very difficult and challenging, but especially to lose a scholar is particularly difficult. So just as we did last night, if we could just all take just a brief moment of silence in recognition, certainly of those two scholars, but those whom we've lost to violence, to COVID, or to other situations. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to shift to just providing just a brief update and a superintendent's report as it relates to COVID-19. And I know that certainly the rising numbers, the variant, and just the way that the numbers are reading in our county and in our city are concerning to everyone, and certainly concerning to me. I have a few items within the presentation that I just want to uplift and to provide a little bit of data as well relative to some of our numbers. So if you look at our student attendance at the elementary level, you'll notice that our attendance, and we took attendance, we look at attendance every day, but I wanted to particularly focus on the first day after the holiday break, which was Monday, January 3rd. You'll see that attendance ranged from about 51% to 82%. And again, those are all of our elementary schools, which include pre-K 6, K6, and K8. So attendance ranged from 50.8% to 82.5%. If you look at student attendance for that first day after the holiday break at our high schools, you'll see that the range is from at Franklin Upper School from 43.7% to School of the Arts 74.4%. And again, I should note our district average on that first day was 60.5%. On the next slide, our attendance is captured for our programs, and you can see, again, wide variety of attendance for from North Star to the home and hospital program, again with a district average of 60.5%. If you look at and compare absenteeism data for students between that first day of school and what a typical school day in winter in Rochester, you'll note that there's about a 20% difference as far as attendance, both being present and obviously absent. We also wanted to portray the data and show the first day of school after a holiday break. So we looked at January 3rd, 2022, and then that first day in January when we came back from break back in January of 2020, and you can see there's about a 24 to a 25% difference in absenteeism rates for the district. Now let's shift to staff, and we broke this out through the different bargaining units as well as other, which is exempt, superintendents in group, board employment group. And you'll note that our absenteeism rates range from 6.25 with the other category, and RTA had the highest absenteeism rate of almost 11%, or 341 absences. And then you can see how we capture our attendance, and you can see how that teases out with obviously predominantly the number of absences are due to either illness, family illness, or quarantine. And then again, we did an analysis to just show what attendance was, and that should read, I apologize, that should read the 4th and not the 6th. Not sure why that reads that way, but just to show you that attendance has gotten a little bit better from, oh, I'm sorry, yes, thank you, I appreciate that. We did take that's where I had started. We took the comparison of typically what after the day after a holiday, and you can see that attendance is obviously lower. Thank you. So as we think about, and this is the question that many people are thinking about, I know board commissioners are thinking about this, we have staff, the community, our families and students, but what might make a shift or pivot to remote learning? That we have really a decision-making process, and that certainly if there's guidance from the CDC or the Department of Health, we are looking and continue to monitoring staffing and student attendance, as well as COVID-19 infection rates. And as we have shared all along, the shift to remote learning could be offered at either one or more of three levels: the classroom level, the school level, and the district level. And certainly, in all instances, we want to make sure that the schools, our staff, and our students are prepared to continue instruction in a remote environment. So as I was here listening to what Mrs. Hetherington was mentioning as far as Chromebooks, if we needed to shift, we are certainly prepared to have additional Chromebooks to be available, as well as MiFi or hotspots available for students and families. And as we shared, as we go to the next slide, really the process is as follows. If we shift to either classroom, school, or district to a remote environment, students that next day would engage in asynchronous learning. So they would be expected to learn and log into the different platforms, Seesaw, Google, et cetera, and they would complete their assigned work. And then the next day, students and teacher would resume instruction in a synchronous environment at their respective bell times, as if they were participating in learning in brick and mortar attendance. Another area that is huge right now is the potential transportation delays, and we did have some delays yesterday. We have some delays today and anticipate some tomorrow. So certainly we have staffing shortages, and I'd ask Mike Schmidt to turn on a mic or get near a mic, maybe come up to the podium to just talk a little bit more about transportation and where we are. But in some instances, we've needed to combine routes, and that does cause delays. We do work to communicate with families, and I know I've heard over and where people get frustrated with robocalls, but we want to make sure that we communicate not only through that, but through email and also social media. But Mike, if you would just take a moment and just speak a little bit more from your point of expertise about transportation and what we're currently experiencing as far as shortages and how COVID has impacted transportation.
Yes, good evening, everyone. President Elliott, Vice President LeBron, Chairperson Malloy. Look some more specifics on our transportation challenges over the last 2 days. Generally, we have about a 30 driver call-in. We've been dealing with that since the second week of school. That's been pretty consistent overall. Yesterday we had 102 drivers call in. Today it dropped a little bit down to 92. Just for perspective, we have about 880 people that actually drive a bus for us. About 100 of those, 120 of those individuals only drive one route. So the impact can be, depending on what driver happens to be absent. If it's just driving one route, then obviously that's very different. So we believe, about 300 routes or so, plus or minus, yesterday were affected. About 340 routes today. Once again, plus or minus, we're still doing some debrief on today's impacts. And as the superintendent said, for those routes, we are experiencing, in the worst case scenario, an hour or a 2-hour delay. That's on pickup and certainly on dismissal. And that's certainly not every run by any means. Our buses cleared at 6:30 last night. I'm waiting to get a final time here this evening. Stephanie and the team are working now to make sure that they won't leave until every bus clears for the evening. You know, our concern is if that number stays consistent, then we're going to certainly run into these challenges until we have the drop-off and certainly our call-ins. And we are making the assumption that, you know, everybody here is symptomatic on this list, but not all are COVID positive. We don't have any way of knowing that. How do we mitigate this? So first and foremost, which obviously one of the causes of the delays is that the drivers will do an extra route. So once they finish their route, no matter what it would be, we'll send them out to, you know, pick up a group of students whose bus may not be at a school yet or whatever it is. So it's kind of a mix and match as best we can to make sure that we have all the kids picked up and brought home. That's really one of our challenges. And then it's the all hands on deck model. Anybody with a CDL and who has the appropriate licensing to drive a bus with students is put into play, whether it's administrators, mechanics, troubleshooters, you know, any person like that, and they all are in action today if they're not on the call-in. So that, and then the third thing is, you know, I think in many cases we are, you know, we're trying to combine routes. When one challenge we face with that on a daily basis is that there's no rhyme or reason to the call-ins, right? So you're trying to really combine routes on the fly, and because, you know, students live in a whole variety of locations, trying to do that and do it strategically so you don't end up with students on the bus for an extended period of time and exasperate your lateness on it. So it's really those 3 or 4 key elements that we're doing. We have the team that basically monitors those buses, and as we receive information or intel, then we will make those adjustments. So I think for perspective, because I think it's important, I think of that 880 driver number, about 175 of those drivers take care of our charter kids. About 180 of those drivers take care of our students with disabilities, and many of those 180 routes are standalone routes because they're primarily out of district. So it's very difficult to combine that work with other, or tier that work with another school. About 48 are private and parochial. About 66 are urban suburban, and then the remaining 411, if that gets me to 880, I think it does, are our own regular education in district students. And as we talked about, one other thing that probably exacerbates it, and we've had a very extended conversation in regards to this, but because of the addresses of our students in the particular schools, it does also create an additional challenge where, you know, you have to combining that route if a child lives in a northwest zone, but yet goes to a citywide, like School 15, for example, then trying to combine that work to get that child home in a reasonable amount of time is also obviously adding to the difficulty. So, you know, we maintain a positive outlook in transportation. The drivers and the bus attendants have been absolutely amazing. Every time asked, what can I do to help? And I think, you know, that really just goes to the dedication that we see it, and not only our own internal drivers, but also from the contractors. We have, you know, you call them and say, hey, look, can you go and pick up a group of children? And absolutely, we're going to do that. It's just, you know, the number of routes and the number of, it's obviously growing dramatically. I think the other primary concern is the unknown, right? We don't get call-ins the night before. People that are symptomatic wake up with symptoms and they call. People start arriving basically about 5 a.m. Our buses are on the road, especially for urban suburban, about 5:30 in the morning. So once the timeline, the window on this is pretty tight in terms of trying to make some adjustments on the pickups and certainly on the dismissals, because we also have people that would call in and might not be able to do their afternoon runs as well. And you don't often get a lot of lead time on that too. So not an easy situation. We're not alone in this by any means. I think the New York Times have been documenting schools all over the country that are facing a very similar conundrum. We have 2 districts we know internal that I know have sent letters out to parents and families that, you know, they're right on the cusp of not being able to provide service, facing the same significant delays. And I think the last point is we do have a robocall system, and that's now route specific. We put that in place earlier in the fall. One of the challenges is we draw off the student information system, so if a number is not updated in the system, then a parent may not receive that call. So we're trying to work, as we discover these, work with families to make sure that their contact information is updated. And, you know, certainly we're not a call center, right? So parents and so forth that are calling into transportation, there's 2 or 3 people that are monitoring the phone. So obviously that frustrates as well. So I'm very, sympathetic to the parents and the caregivers and guardians of our children, because it's incredibly burdensome, right? To the unknown and trying to get to work and trying to balance all this. And, as soon as we know something, we put the call out, but quite often we don't know all the different routes. And the other thing is, if a driver is doing 2 or 3 routes, then you're trying to make sure that you reach, that's multiple different groups of children that bus is scheduled to pick up. So the challenges are immense, but we'll certainly continue to do this because we know it's essential for our kids to be in school. And, hopefully we will be able to, our call-ins will drop as we go through this spike here in the county. Being optimistic, and I think that's kind of where we're at. So I can certainly take any additional questions if there are any.
So Mike, just a quick question before I open it up to other board
Sure.
members. And while you're up here, is that all right if we ask some transportation questions during your presentation, or would you prefer that we wait until the end?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. My question would be, at what point would we not have enough drivers to transport our students to school? What's that magic number? I know that, you've just given us a great rundown of, and thank you for that,
Sure.
of all of the different routes. But yeah, when would we be at a point that we can't transport our kids
Right.
to school? And then how would that be communicated to our parents or families? Would if that happens?
Sure. I think the second part, I think it's a collaborative effort with the superintendent and the team in terms of a broader communication strategy. I think, right now we're on that 12 or 13%. It's not exactly the number of drivers, because it really depends on the work that those drivers are actually
Right.
doing. So I think, if we're looking, I think we're kind of strategizing somewhere in that 20% number. Is that then we're really, really having trouble maintaining even a safe and orderly transportation system for our kids. So I don't focus as much on the actual number per se as much as what the impact on the work that driver is doing. So I think right now we're looking at that 20% number seems to be kind of the sweet spot, but it could drop a little bit based on a driver calling in and having 6 routes over the course of the day, and then we haven't even counted the impact on athletics and other things that are also impacted by that. So
Do you know of any other districts then, from an operations standpoint, that have had to close at least temporarily because of transportation specifically?
Yes, please forgive me, I don't have that list certainly in front of me,
Yeah.
but there are many of the larger urban centers. I know Detroit was one we talked about earlier today. I think the New York Times really documented that pretty well. They kind of got a running total with that. So there are certainly an awful lot of them. And then rural and suburban schools are kind of in the same boat. They don't have nearly the driver pool. They may only have 1 or 2 subs, right? We don't have any subs. So, that's our margins. Our margins have been tight since the first week of school, but we've been able to mitigate that by combining routes all along. So we've been kind of going very smoothly up to today. So we're kind of hoping this peaks and we come back down to our normal, 20, 30, 40 call-ins, which we can manage on a daily basis. So that's kind of where we're at.
Okay, thank you so
You're
much.
very welcome.
I'm going to open it up. I see should I start down the row or start with hands? But I see Vice President LeBron.
I almost was looking at President Elliott like, oh, she's over here, but she stepped out. So I have lots of comments and questions. However, I am going to just focus on the transportation. And I just want to kind of go back to some of the information that you're presenting and that we're presenting to the community and to families tonight. We're saying that because of transportation call-ins, obviously people are COVID right now with the Delta variant and the other variant. COVID numbers are extremely high in Monroe County. I know that you're going to discuss it in your next point of this presentation of how we pivot, but so I just want to kind of walk the community and the family, if you will, through what you're saying. My child's bus may be delayed up to 2 hours, either in the morning or in the evening. So now I have to figure out what I'm going to do for 2 hours when I have to get to work, when my child's bus is going to come. And then once my child gets picked up, they may or may not be dropped off at the time I expect them to because of delays that could be in the afternoon. And now, not only is my child now waiting in a school from 4 p.m. for pickup or 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. or 6 p.m., now my child has to ride on the bus. And like for my daughter, her ride on the bus is about 45 to 50 minutes. So if she was getting picked up at 6 and getting dropped off, my child wouldn't be getting home till 7 o'clock at night. And in addition to that, we're asking our staff, because we're not talking about what happens at the school level.
Yes.
We're asking our staff to stay, and regardless if they have families, if they have children, if they have a schedule, because they're used to putting our kids on the bus and going home to pick up their kids from
Sure.
either childcare centers or after-school programs and so forth. And in the midst of all this seems like this is all a great idea while COVID numbers are spiking and we continue to have people call in, and we can't control that, because obviously we cannot control COVID. I want everybody to be vaccinated, but everybody's not vaccinated. And then even if you are vaccinated, you still can get COVID. I'm like dealing with that right now. So I just have to ask, like, at what point, what is the breaking point? At what point do we say, like, this is just insane?
Yep.
And this is too much? And it can't just be that we're going to continue to keep rerouting people. I can't imagine the amount of stress that your team in transportation has, Mike, trying to manage this and rerouting hundreds of routes for kids. And then bus drivers who are not familiar with those kids, because my daughter's bus driver know my daughter. She know we got the porch light on, that Sophia's gonna come out, and if we have it off, that she's not coming out that day. That's, that's communicated, we know her, she knows us. So I can't imagine the chaos that this can present, not only for your staff, but for the staff at the district, for parents, for kids. None of this can be, none of this can be like the norm. This cannot be the norm. And I get that we have COVID and we're managing as best as we can, but to not have a hybrid virtual option at this point where now we're telling the community and parents that potential drop-off delays for 2 hours through a robocall, this can't be normal. And I don't want to put that stress on schools. I don't want to put that stress on our parents or our kids, and certainly not your staff in transportation.
Vice President Lyon, I think you articulated that perfectly, and thank you for reminding the school staff. I didn't mention them specifically, but with our building principals, our teachers, our support staff, many if not all are waiting till that last bus leaves, and so I'm glad you pointed that out. I was remiss in not mentioning that earlier. Thank you.
So where we are, Vice President LeBron, is that we're pulling the attendance data and reviewing that literally moment by moment at the end of the day. And so my chiefs actually right now are working on looking at data. And, as I shared with staff on, I believe it was Sunday, if things start to change, we're going to certainly notify, and I think we're getting closer to that point where we're going to do some different notifications, our families, and so I think the key thing too, though, is to make sure we give as much notification as we can once we know that. So that's really where we are at this point. Sure.
Go ahead. Oh, I'm sorry, Vice President Elliott.
No, it's okay.
I know,
just
I
wanna
was
make
saying
sure
Vice
that-
President Elliott, I'm getting
I
there.
know, we're still getting confused. I just want to say, though, wouldn't that time be now? Like, I don't want our kids and our staff and your staff and the rest of the staff to be sitting here in winter time waiting 2 additional hours. And that's the best guess estimate, Mike. And again, I know that this has to be an incredible amount of stress on your staff. Again, trying to figure out and reroute people, and it feels chaotic. Not that you're describing chaos, but it is chaos, because what you have is on any particular day, you can have another 125 people or 200 people call in tomorrow. And I will tell you all, yesterday my daughter, my 10-year-old tested positive. Today my 24-year-old tested positive. We don't even live in the same house. We haven't even seen each other since before Christmas. It literally can just happen from one day to the next. So we can't predict the level of staff that are going to call in or that are going to be impacted, or the kids. Because my daughter was on her way to school. She was up and ready to go, and said, I don't feel that great. And I just happened to be able to test her because I had tests at home. What about the parents that don't have those options? And then we're sending kids because we just don't even know. Had I not checked my daughter's temperature and also had the ability to access a COVID test, I would have sent my daughter to school. That is full transparency. I would have sent her to school. It would have been business as usual. I'm getting ready for work. She's getting ready for school. Get her on the bus and go. And then I would have figured out some way through the point that she infected a whole bus and a bus driver. Her grandmother, who also drives in works in transportation, also had COVID. because she got in contact with students who also had COVID on the bus. So at what point do we say enough's enough? Is it tomorrow? Is it when we have 200 staff, transportation that can't make it? I don't personally want us to wait. And I hear you, Dr. Myers-Smalls, that you're saying you and your chiefs are looking at this data every day.
Yeah.
But this number is not going to go down. And for me, I would rather that we make that determination tonight and make plans to go either hybrid or remote, even if we go remote starting Monday, to give our staff and kids time and family a few days to get transitioned so that we can go remote for at least 2 weeks and then see where we're at, see if we can go back to hybrid or something. But this is a much bigger problem than the school district to handle and manage. I appreciate that we have partners in the county and in the city and the state, but this can't be the solution, that we think it's okay for kids to be waiting 2 to 3 hours. And we're talking about kids as young as 5 years old. Like, this is not normal to have a 5-year-old waiting hours on end beyond their regular time to go home, and then hours on the bus to get home at 8, 9 o'clock. That's crazy to me. And it doesn't look crazy to y'all. I need y'all to open your eyes. I don't even know what else to say. Like, it is insane that we're having this conversation like it's normal. It's not normal. And we shouldn't be supporting this.
We're not approaching it as normal. I get it. It's very difficult. It really is. And I think, the balance is that we're trying to focus on the fact that our scholars were out for so long, right, Vice President LeBron? They were out for so long. But as the infection rates and as this variant is morphing and changing, it is making it very difficult. So like I said, I want to be able to give ample time. We were in meetings for several hours today, and the goal is to, make some notifications, either later tonight after we look at information or in the morning. But I think we're going to have to make some shifts.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Vice President, for bringing all of that up. And I'm sorry for calling you Vice President Elliott. Vice President LeBron, I will get used to this here. Okay. All right. Are there other commissioners who'd like to either ask questions?
Why
or
don't I
express some-
finish?
Okay.
And then.
Specifically of transportation, though. I
okay.
meant, does anyone have anything further to ask of Mr. Schmidt regarding his transportation presentation? Oh, okay. Commissioner Adams?
Is Commissioner Simmons' hand.
Oh, okay. And I can't see the hands, obviously. So, so is Commissioner Adams first or Commissioner Simmons? Okay. Commissioner Simmons, go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner Adams. Thank you, Commissioner Malloy. Just a quick question, and I may have missed this part of the presentation. I'm just logging in, coming from the teen town hall this evening. Do we have an idea of the number of parents or an idea of folks that are still interested in going hybrid at this point? I know there were a lot of surveys done at the beginning of the year. To your point, Superintendent, we want to keep the kids in school first and foremost. That would be the ideal and perfect, thing to do if we could do that. But with the looming signs that are taking place right now, do we have an idea of interest in hybrid among our families? A pulse on that?
We haven't taken that information in a while. So I would think the latest data would not necessarily apply to right now, since the conditions have changed as far as, time and space.
Are you all set, Commissioner Simmons?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Adams, did you have a transportation question?
No, I did not.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schmidt.
Thanks, everyone. Have a nice evening. Thank you.
Thank you, you as well.
Mike, before you sit down, I do want to, in front of the Board of Education and others who are here, the media, I do want to give out a shout out to you and your team. You have performed Herculean acts. When you think about COVID-19, certainly there's the teaching and learning side, but everything else is your department. Everything else, right? the testing, the masking, the transportation, et cetera. So just even the delivery of the KN95 masks and all of the test kits, after we had that conversation over the weekend, you were able to work with a group that came in and very quickly and diligently delivered all of that, all of the supplies. So thank you to you and everyone on the team that has just worked up through this point to help try and keep us safe in a very challenging and complex situation. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll make sure I pass it on, and they will be they're very happy to hear that. Thank you.
Yes.
And from the
Thank you.
board as well, Mike.
Yeah,
Yep, absolutely. Thank you.
fantastic. Thank you so much. All right, so back to our
Sure,
superintendent.
just a few more. So KN95 masks, which I just mentioned, we did have a delivery of masks. So each staff member was provided with a 5-pack, and those delivery to buildings were completed, and CBO should have received theirs by the end of the day today. And we are still managing through the student delivery of the 712 group of students for the K95 masks, and making sure that that is completed. Additionally, when we think about rapid test kits, we're very thankful to Governor Hochul and the county. We had test kits that were supplied. They've been sorted and they were distributed to each school for student use. We are working on trying to see, those were specifically earmarked and designated for students, but we've had staff reach out. We're trying to figure out how to accommodate that request as well. As far as updated CDC guidelines, isolation and quarantine, as of today, New York State or Monroe County, they did not adopt the change to isolation and quarantine. Isolation and quarantine stay at a minimum of 10 days. However, essential employees, which do include district staff, school district staff who test positive, may be returned after 5 days if they are fully vaccinated, are asymptomatic or symptom-free according to New York State Department of Health guidelines. We do have vaccination clinic information, and you can see that's listed. We've been trying to get that information out through social media and other venues. So we have not only first dose for 12 and up and 5 to 11, but also booster shots for 16 and up. And you can see those dates are listed and they are on the horizon. So as commissioners finally have, asked the question, okay, where are we? What are we doing? We certainly are continuing to monitor staffing and student attendance data as well as the COVID infection rates. And we've been, our chiefs have been working with the principals very directly. Mike noted the monitoring of the transportation staffing absences. And as he said, it's not as much about the number, but as of the routes that are impacted and how that begins to mitigate our ability to successfully transport our scholars. We're continuing to monitor local and state COVID numbers, and we know that they are increasing. And then we continue to consult. I was on a conference call today again with Dr. Mendoza, with my superintendent colleagues. And I would just end by saying I think every single school district in Monroe County is grappling with this across the state. We're just, it's very difficult. And we're trying to figure out the best course of action to ensure that our scholars' academic and teaching and learning needs are met. I would say that we do need parents, if you're listening now live, or if you listen to this later, please, please, please make sure that if we make this shift, that we need to know if your child does not have a Chromebook or does not have a workable Chromebook. We need that information because we need to make sure that if we make this shift that they're able to still learn, and it's through that Chromebook that we do that. So that's really the phrase or the word of the day, is just make sure that that is intact. But We are very concerned about staff. We're very, very concerned about students, and we want to make the really good, healthy decisions as we move forward. And I anticipate that we'll have some updates either later tonight or tomorrow in the morning.
Perfect.
Thank you, Commissioner Malloy.
Thank you so much, Superintendent. I really appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the work that your team obviously has done over break. Our operations team, thank you so much. I do have a couple questions just about, if we stay open, if that is what is going to happen. I know it's logistically hard, but what are test to stay options, if any, that we could implement in the district? And I know logistically that's a nightmare, but at the same time, we have more funding at our disposal. What can we do to implement that? Is it even possible?
So we hear a lot when people say, well, we have more funding, we have more funding. We have more funding, but we don't have the bodies, and we just have to be, I would love to have additional nurses, additional teachers, additional staff. We're in a staffing crunch right now, so I just want to be clear about that, but we continue to reach out and try and figure out how to maneuver that situation. Where we are with Test to Stay is that we had good conversations with County Executive Bello and Mayor Evans, and we are looking to see if we can have either 3 to 4 Test to Stay options across the district in particular schools. And the goal, and correct me if I'm wrong, we hope to have that finalized or know better information in the next 4 to 5 days. Okay. But we know that, the governor is is advocating very strongly for Test to Stay, and I know that some of our commissioners are very interested in that. We're looking at that to see if that's something that we can do, but we also are waiting to hear. We also have heard quite a bit, and you've heard that the CDC guidelines that came out might be changing, so we want to make sure that we are in lockstep with that as well, and we anticipate to hear about that on Thursdays, any changes.
And then I guess just to piggyback on that, one last question, and then I'll open it up to everyone else. Just to piggyback on, Test to Stay, we've heard the magic number for staying open for transportation would be around 20%. Correct me if I'm wrong there. I thought that's
Give
what
or take,
I heard.
yes.
That's the magic number that would cause us to need to shift, perhaps, to remote. What's that magic number or percentage for our teaching staff or other school employees?
Sure, I'm a numbers person, and that's something that I've been asking. Where that begins to get tricky, Commissioner Malloy, is the type of programming that we have in a particular school. If we just have a straight teacher to student ratio, or if there's not co-teaching going on, we're able to stretch that a little bit more thinly. But Dr. Morris was looking at this, and you'll note that many of my cabinet are not here. They're not in the room, but they are in the building. They are working on different, or Janelle is on a conference call with Council of Great City Schools with superintendents across the country. So they are all here, they just might not be in the room.
That's certainly a relief, by the way, because I was looking out in the audience and wondering if we have our own set of absences. So thank you for the reassurance.
Sure. We do have some folks who are not feeling well, though, and that is a reality. There's a Big Five superintendent who many of his cabinet have succumbed to, have been infected with COVID. So we can't, there's not really, we could look at it, is it 40%, is it 50%, but it really all depends on the staffing and the configurations. I do have to shout out and uplift principals as well, because they have been incredibly creative in how they've been able to piecemeal, and many of them are making this look much easier than it actually is, right? And so we're just trying to get to the place where we understand, is there an administrator or two in the school? Like, we're trying to look at particular criteria so that when, folks ask me, hey, why did you move in this particular direction, that I can have more, because you're going to ask me as a board, and will hold me and my team to that. But I roughly around 40-45%, but again, it varies from school to school or program to program.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, and I do know that a lot of our teachers are dealing with their own kids.
Yes.
In their own school districts who have been infected. I know my own family was quite lucky. My oldest daughter was infected and was quarantined, or isolated rather, throughout the entire break. So it happened right when break started. So fortunately, she was able to go back to school, but I know a lot of people are dealing with this in their families, and it's everywhere, right? It's in the school district where I teach. I have a number of students out as well. So it's always good to have this pivot plan, and appreciate the work that you're doing. I'm going to open it up to other questions. Are there other questions or comments that commissioners would like to make at this time? And I can't see the hands online. So Kalia, is there anyone online?
None online right now. No.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Vice President LeBron.
Yeah, thank you.
Got it right that time.
I did have a couple of questions. I want to go back to these data points.
Sure.
So I was trying to write them down as we were going along.
Uh-huh.
So Sunday, we received an email on January 2nd that said there were 45 absentee, I guess 45 absent teachers is what I kind of took from that.
45 classrooms that weren't
45
covered, yes.
classrooms. But wouldn't that be teachers, one, or?
Pretty much.
Okay. So that's how I took it, but then I got an email actually from one of my own daughter's teachers before I tested my daughter the next day, who also unfortunately got COVID, and I was like, oh, this poor teacher. And I don't want to call her out because they do teaching teams at School 15,
Yes.
so I just will say one of the team members also had it before the break, and then the other person got it after. And then as you're presenting all of this, and I'm looking at the data that you're presenting with 60% roughly for elementary of kids coming back on the first day, means, 39.5% of our student population are not coming or have not come
Sure.
back, potentially because they might have been exposed or have symptoms or have tested positive.
Or concern, just.
Or concerns, absolutely, because there are definitely our parents who are keeping their kids
Sure.
home until we figure some things out. But I just want to say, when I reached out to my daughter's team today, the one that was positive said she was going to upload some work for my daughter, and I was like, I haven't responded to her, and I just want to thank her, and I won't call, she knows who she is, but I don't want staff who are also out doing work, because they are also entitled to have time off if they're
Agreed.
sick and be taking care of themselves. And I wholeheartedly appreciate that her educator was like, yeah, I'll have all this up on Google Classroom by the end of the day. But I'm like, you're out sick on COVID. Like, I don't expect that of you. Thank you. But that can't be the plan either for our staff who are
Sure.
out sick, and the kids who then are out sick too. So it just goes back to the pause, like, what are we doing, and what quality of education are we giving kids? If we're moving them around from different classrooms, we have staff shortages, now transportation shortages. I want parents to hear this and get a realistic view of what's happening when your child is going to school right now. They're not going to school and getting this high-quality education. They almost can't. Not because our educators can't or our staff can't,
Sure.
but under these circumstances, it's almost impossible
It's
for
very
kids to
difficult.
have. And I empathize with our staff. I also empathize with you and your team. I know that this is not easy, and there's a lot of pressure coming from all types of
Sure.
groups and advocacies. All I do want to uplift is that just a pause to figure out what are we doing here. And we still have the entire rest of the school year to kind of manage through COVID and a crisis. And we don't even know if a third variant is going to come down, kicking between Delta and Omicron,
don't
like
say that,
side by side. We don't know. We don't know these things.
We
I just
don't.
want us to pause and get families to understand that what they perceive right now as your child coming in and getting this high quality education, unfortunately cannot happen with all of these factors and COVID impacting all of these things, some things, and then come back with a good, strong plan that we present and we can support and figure out how we're going to manage this. But it can't be this, because that's not going to produce anything. And I just feel like it cannot be staff who are out sick on COVID figuring out how they're going to give students work either. So I just want to employ that, you make that decision sooner rather than later. I would personally prefer that you make that call tonight.
Thank you. Do
I
we have
just
an-
wanted to,
Go ahead,
Commissioner Malloy, just to mess with Vice President LeBron, that's what they say, Omi, that's the street term, that's the ghetto term for Omicron. I heard that. All right, that's it, yeah, Omi.
It's the Omarion variant, if you are familiar with Black Twitter. That's all.
hadn't heard
I
that,
do
so
want to just take this moment. I want to thank all of our Rochester City School District staff, every bargaining unit, exempt, everyone. People have been really working together to try and make this happen, to show up for students. As Vice President LeBron said, you know, that her daughter's teacher, one of the educators, was like, I'll still make sure it happens for Sophia. Folks have been going above and beyond, and I don't take that lightly and recognize that. My own team is just, everyone is just physically exhausted. This has worn folks out, and it's very, very difficult. But we're working to make the best decisions, and again, we'll work to communicate, make some decisions, and certainly make sure the board is absolutely the first to know and stayed in the loop. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Are there any other comments or concerns that people would like to express at this time? Anyone online? None at this time? All right.
Thank you.
Go back. Thank you very much. I guess one question I do have, maybe to wrap it up, sorry. When would we know? When would that call be made?
I think that's the magic number, right? I mean, the magic question, as soon as possible.
Okay, and then how much advance notice would families be given if we need to go that route?
Well, here's the thing. The goal is if we moved in that direction to give as much, but things could trigger if, say, we just have massive transportation numbers or massive staff amounts. So we're doing our best.
So would that call come at 5 a.m. team for all the work that you did? Thank you. I know that our superintendent had asked if we could
yes.
add an agenda item, and Ms. Wade, if you could just explain that addition?
Sure. So I will hand things over to Superintendent Myers Small and also President Elliott with regard to work sessions on pending school closure and reconfiguration plans.
Thank you.
Thank you, Callie. I appreciate it, and thank you, Commissioner Malloy. So this conversation certainly is directed specifically to the board commissioners. As you know, we've outlined a timeline for school reconfiguration and closure. And really the next step in the process is to have you as a body vote on the proposals that I've put forward. We are right now in the middle of reviewing all of the feedback, and we thank all stakeholders who submitted feedback either via email or at the online sessions. And my recommendation to President Elliott and Vice President LeBron is that we need to have some work sessions where we can have some conversations in the public eye. The board commissioners can ask questions, can make recommendations, suggestions, alternatives, friendly amendments, but really to dig deep into the work and to take a look at those recommendations that have been made. And my suggestion is that we minimally need at least 2 to 3 work sessions throughout the month of January to get us for you to have a good informed lens so that you can vote in February. So it's my hope that you all are okay with us looking at dates for work sessions where, again, we can review the proposals and head towards final decision-making in February.
And we don't have any idea of those dates at this time? We haven't proposed anything or?
No, we had the initial conversation this afternoon. Before deciding on any of those dates, wanted to have the conversation with the commissioners, and then we can figure out what those dates are.
And how long do you think that those work sessions might be?
Depends on how many questions you have for me.
Okay.
I would think they would be 90-minute work sessions.
Okay,
Yes.
excellent. And those are public meetings, obviously.
That's exactly why we want to do that, to have it in the public eye so they can
Well, I love the transparency, and I think this is
Here.
a wonderful idea. Love to open this up now to board discussion. Who'd like to begin?
Yeah, I'll start.
Thank you, President
I
Elliott.
just
almost
think
said
it's important, you know, you just mentioned the word transparency, excuse me, and I think that it's important that we have these work sessions so that the superintendent knows our position as well, because, you know, I think that we have some concerns about the schools that have been selected for closure and just that whole process. And so to have that conversation in a public forum as a work session, because, you know, I don't just want to vote on something and just to be rubber stamped. We need to understand it, and we've had some feedback from speakers in our school community and in the community at large. And so it's important that we're listening to them, and that, you know, because I really believe it's important that we develop a more positive relationships with our schools and with our community partners, and that it is a win-win situation for everybody. And so I think it's important that we have these work sessions. And if they're public, people can also contact us about additional information via our text. A number of people have our phone numbers via text to also share that information, so that the decision that we make on all of the reconfiguration is going to be in the best interest of everybody. You know, everybody is not going to get everything that they want, but it's important that we have input into the decision-making, and that with that input, coming up with a more credible and more transparent plan. So.
President Elliott, thank you so much for acknowledging that. And I just want to add, too, that prior to these work sessions, whenever we do schedule them, not only do we need them, I would highly encourage, I'm not trying to be condescending at all, but I would highly encourage that our board members visit the proposed schools. I know I had the opportunity to visit RIA prior to break, and really spent some time there and really appreciated everything that I had heard about that community, and changed my perspective on a number of things. So just being in schools and visiting our schools prior to any decision being made is going to be essential. I'll be visiting School 7 tomorrow. We just have to have that understanding of what's actually happening in the buildings from the people who work in those buildings. So I've appreciated doing that. Are there other comments or questions? Go ahead, Vice President.
So just a couple of things. I want to just, you know, be fully transparent and on record. I'm actually not supporting any of the proposals for elementary schools. I will support some components of some of the proposals. So for me, I don't care how many work sessions we have, I'm not budging on the elementary mergers or closures, especially how they were selected, the data points that were provided, and so forth. Which we'll get into that a little bit later this evening. We had that discussion too around data and how data is presented to the board, so we'll talk about that. So I'm open to that. The other thing is, I know you just encouraged some board members to show up to these schools, but we want to be mindful that there is a process to go to the schools. And if we're also asking to go remote for the next 2 weeks and then have these work sessions, I just want to uplift that too. But also, if you get to know the communities where these schools are located, even if you can't physically go to the schools, you should have a greater understanding that there's going to be a significant impact beyond the school itself. The community surrounding that school will also be impacted. So I just wanted to uplift that, but again, be real clear and transparent that it doesn't matter for me personally how many work sessions. There are components of this I absolutely am not budging on, and that is one of them. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President. Are there other comments that people have? Anyone online? Our Zoom forum? Commissioner Simmons or Adams? Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Adams.
So personally, I'm in full support of a work session, because I need you. That's going to be really the opportunity for me to tell you where I'm at. I'm not as there's definitely a few proposals that I'm totally against. I think that we need to look some other place. And I have my hand up because I really wish that we could make these work sessions happen within the next 14 days because I have a limited amount of time to be involved, and I think it's very important because I've really been out there at some of these schools, and I have an opinion. I think that I need for it to be displayed. So that's my request, that we do this work session quickly. I think we should move fastly on that. Maybe, you know, because I would like to be a part of it, and hopefully I'll be back in action in February, sometime in February for the vote. But I really would like to be a part of this, so I'm asking that we speed this up.
So,
Thank
yeah, we
you.
could, yeah, let's see if we can do one for next week, if possible. And Callie, you can
That's my
make
hope,
arrangements.
that we
Yeah,
can get in at least one.
one next week.
Yeah, and thank you, Commissioner Adams, for making us aware of that.
Commissioner Simmons also has her
And
hand up.
Commissioner Simmons, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm excited to hear about the work sessions. Of course, as an incoming commissioner, I feel like due diligence has to happen. These are not decisions that can be made very quickly. So there's a lot of comments made about visiting the schools. I'm in total agreement with that. I want to thank Vice President LeBron and Commissioner Adams at different points where I was invited to visit a couple of the schools, but I haven't seen them all. I'm familiar with a lot of our district schools, but definitely want to make sure I'm doing my due diligence as I consider the options that are placed before us. So I'm excited about the work sessions, and again, hoping that we do get to meet sooner than later so that we can make the decisions that need to be made.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. Are there other commissioners who'd like to comment at this time? All right. With that being said, I think that we're hopefully going to get something on the books for next week at some point, and I'm sure the board staff will be reaching out to us all very soon. All right, thank you so much, and thank you, Superintendent, for proposing this. All right, moving on to our next discussion items. Hopefully we can get through this very quickly so we can move on to our policy meeting. Last night we had the pleasure of welcoming officially our two newly elected board members, Commissioner Camille Simmons and Commissioner James Patterson, and would like to extend a warm welcome on behalf of governance to you. I know that your onboarding process has been going on for several months now, and want to thank you for your patience as we work through the onboarding. Hope everything's been going smoothly for you, but we are so excited to have you join us on the board. And in terms of the onboarding process, I'm wondering if I can ask our board clerk to kind of walk us through some of the new onboarding that has been incorporated this year through the governance committee.
Certainly. So once again, congratulations to our new board officers and to our new commissioners who have joined us. We have, as part of the academic plan, one of the recommended action items was to create a standard operating procedure for the onboarding and orientation of new commissioners. In the past, we have done a pretty good job of it, but things haven't been really standardized. So I'm very happy to say that we are marching through with our standard operating procedure. And I will clap for that because it takes a lot to try and pull things together in a standardized way. We are utilizing our new board member orientation policy 2510, which does indicate what new board members coming into the board need to be oriented on. And so we utilize that to build our standard operating procedure. And that is, I'm sorry if it's a little tiny for folks, but it does allow for several orientation meetings with key stakeholders within the district or administration or general counsel or auditor general or executive cabinet or advisory committees, as well as or partners with the New York State School Boards Association and Monroe County School Boards Association as well. So this standard operating procedure also outlines what materials and what timeline we should adhere to as we orient our school board members as they go through this process. So there is a timeline that takes place from within the first 2 weeks of appointment to the first 3 months of appointment. And we are now within that we've now passed the first month of appointment because appointment took place in November. And so we are ahead of the game here. Also, additional components that were added to the standard operating procedure were meetings with our committee chairs, parent reps, and things are built in within the timeline. And board staff has had much more meetings with our incoming commissioners than we have had in the past in an attempt to make the transition smoother. So we are still, of course, there are sometimes some bumps along the road, but we are very proud to say that many of the meetings have taken place, and I'll walk through those things. Just to say, orientation meetings with our advisory groups. We have our advisory groups have been reaching out, and I know that our incoming commissioners have had some persons reaching out and asking you to attend meetings and things like that too. So those are being folded in. As it is right now, within the first month of appointment, so by the 31st of December of 2021, last month, we had our incoming commissioners did participate in meetings with the executive cabinet, upper executive cabinet, so all meetings with our superintendent or general counsel or general auditor. The state monitor took place. With our deputies, those took place, as well as our chief of communications. The orientation sessions that are to be completed within the second month of appointment, so before the 31st of this month, will be meetings with our receivership school chiefs, as well as our non-receivership school chiefs, and or chief financial officer, or chief of operations, and or chief of special education. Additionally, our teaching and learning departments will also be having a joint orientation session with Deputy Black, or Director Briggs, Executive Director Reyes. They'll all be doing orientation, thank you, with our newly elected and appointed and sworn in commissioners. And those, the timings and things have been delineated by the departments. And one of the wonderful things that will be taking place is that we will have standardized presentations that we will now keep on file, so that even our commissioners who have already gone through orientation in years past will be able to access those in our board docs library in order to have refresher sessions for themselves as well. So I'm really looking forward to having an archive of those, so that even as, sometimes there is some transition within administration, sometimes our chiefs leave, they'll be able to also look back and say, okay, my predecessor had this talk with commissioners in the past, and I will be able to do that, have an updated session in this way. The orientation sessions that will be scheduled for the third month of their appointment, so by the 28th of February, will be ones with our Chief of Human Capital or Chief Technology Officer, and then we will have those with our operations, full operations, grants, and accountability and student registration. So a lot of things to look forward to. Things are being plugged in on calendars this week and next week, and we really hope for another update in another few months when things are have slowed down. I would also like to say, as it relates to other orientation sessions, board staff has oriented, as I said, with our income, or I should say, our newest commissioners, and the orientation sessions with NISBA, which are mandatory sessions on school board governance as well as fiscal oversight fundamentals. Those, I believe they are 3 to 4 hour sessions, will take place this month as well as mandated. So, and if any of the commissioners want to participate in refresher courses, those are also available. And so I just wanted to also highlight that, please let us know if you would like to do a refresher on either of these. We can register you, but registration is currently taking place now for or commissioners. I didn't know if you wanted to throw it out to them to talk about their experiences or.
Oh, thank you. I would love to get a little feedback from our new commissioners on what their experiences in the onboarding process have been like so far. I want to extend so much gratitude, first and foremost, to our board staff for the work that they do so tirelessly, and thank you for making this happen. This vision and just the execution of that vision is really appreciated, and I think we really have some innovative ways of onboarding our new commissioners moving forward, and we're establishing a legacy here, right? This is for posterity's sake, and I feel very confident in what is being created so far. I'm looking forward to those refresher courses. I know Commissioner Adams and myself, this is our second year of our term, and we never had the opportunity for some of those onboarding message or meetings simply because COVID hit, right? And so this is a great opportunity. I love the archive idea. So thank you for your work on this with your staff, and I can't wait to see where this goes. It's going to just make educating board members and that continuing education that is being a board member possible. So thank you so much. But just a quick feedback from our new commissioners who have extensive, they're not really new because the community knows both of them so well. But our new commissioners, Commissioner Simmons, would you like to just give some feedback on the onboarding process thus far?
Sure. The onboarding process, of course, is very informative. I'm excited. Everyone was very open, accommodating, and allowed me to ask the questions that I had at the time, and I know I can circle back should I have them. Francine and Talia are just phenomenal. And one of the hardest things, I think, were the schedules between the cabinet and then my schedule and so on. They worked tirelessly to try to make that happen. The only feedback I would have around the scheduling, because it's so difficult, is potentially something like a doodle poll where folks can share ahead of time what their openings are, and then we can plug in what works for us and then try to coordinate it. Then even then it wouldn't be perfect, but it was pretty smooth. Getting an opportunity to really get a snapshot of different parts of the district was wonderful. So thank you for this opportunity, and to think that it didn't exist prior to now is that's interesting. So I'm glad I got to meet with many of the district officials. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Simmons, and again, welcome to the board. Commissioner Patterson.
For the sake of time, I'd just be repeating what Commissioner Simmons indicated. She said it very eloquently, so thank you for speaking for both of us.
Thank you, Commissioner Patterson, and welcome to the board. All right, are there any questions or comments at this time regarding just the onboarding process or introduction of new members, that update? Any at this time? All right, we'll move on to our next discussion item, which is just a quick update on our racial bias training. We have an upcoming retreat that has been planned and I think scheduled at this point. Do we have the date of that, Kalia, offhand?
Yes, actually, it will be January 26th, no, 29th, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Up until today, we were still in coordination. So it will be a Sunday, January. So we are looking forward to that, and folks will be getting more information as things get planned and the agenda will be sent out. But that is January 29th, Saturday, at East High Collaboratorium for our board members.
And then at this time, can you confirm if Dr. James Wilson has been in contact with the board and we're ready to go? There were some initial meetings, I think, that were being set up one-on-one with commissioners, and just hopefully that's going smoothly.
Yes, so all of our board members have been contacted by Ms. James Wilson. I will say she has had preliminary conversations with 6 board members, and then also has had scheduled meetings with our superintendent, as well as a few other executive cabinet members as she begins to plan the curriculum and build that out.
Wonderful. I'm very much looking forward to engaging in that work and learning from this experience. Are there any other questions just about upcoming schedule regarding the racial bias training that anyone would like to ask? Comments this time? Anyone online? I can't see hands. Good to go?
All good.
All right, thank you so much. We'll move on to our next agenda item, which is just pending board business. Regarding our board liaison assignments, as you know, each commissioner has assigned schools the liaisons or serve as liaisons for. I know that given that it's the middle of the school year, I wanted to get some feedback from fellow board members on just their thoughts about maybe reassigning liaison assignments, or should we wait until the next school year? I know that traditionally what has been done in the past is that the incoming or the new board members take on the assignments of the outgoing board members. And so that has been left up to the new commissioners, generally speaking, to kind of decide amongst themselves how they want to divvy those up, if they want to make any changes. I know I swapped a few with Commissioner Adams when I first came on, and then other commissioners had asked if they could swap as well after that point. So I want to leave that on the table or open for discussion. Are there any people who'd like to discuss at this time? Go ahead, Vice President.
No, actually, as I recall, because I've unfortunately gone through this process 3 times, it's probably my 4th time now, this is not a governance topic that has come up. In the past, the president actually talked to the commissioners and had conversations with them, and then everybody would email the president, and Van would put together a list, and then the president would present that list, and we would talk about it, and generally he would kind of negotiate the bartering of like from each of the commissioners. So it's kind of odd that it's on here like this. I mean, I'm okay with the list I have now, but
Right.
just for procedural purposes, I have not experienced it come through the governance when it was Dr. Hallmark or you, Commissioner Malloy, because you were governance last year when you started too. So I just don't understand why it's coming up this way, why it wasn't presented the other way.
Could you maybe speak to that point, Kalia? Because I don't have a great deal of experience as governance chair on liaison assignments, and I don't recall what President White did, or should that have been a governance topic, or?
So as we know, governance, because there's a lot of wiggle room within governance topics.
Right.
So this came up on governance agenda as we are very anxious to ensure that all of our schools are provided coverage in terms of a board liaison. So definitely to just get the conversation started. In the past, we have had very many different standard operating procedures for how things go. And so definitely to bring it to this table, I think is a wise choice. Or President Elliott would like to jump in and say, I know it's always been internal for sure. So definitely having some kind of interaction between the board.
Right?
Yeah, I wanted to bring it transparently, but also definitely to have some conversation so that we can figure out moving forward how things should work.
Add though to the transparent comment, the conversation is public. The president, again, has the conversation and say, I spoke to each of the commissioners, and these are going to be the schools that are assigned, and then it's on the website. So there's not a lack of transparency in this election. And I hear what you're saying, but I don't want to steer away from the responsibilities that should fall under the president versus the chair of governance. Like, there was a decision made, and it wasn't made by the full board to go that route.
So I'm not trying to make any decisions or anything. At this current moment, there's no, the schools that are currently vacant for board liaisons. I think at the current moment, having spoken to President White, who has been president for a very, very long time, this transition is new for all of us. So just trying to establish how do we go about filling the position of board liaisons. Internally, it has been done one way, and so just to open the conversation to how we want to move forward, considering we've never had this kind of switch in recent past. So just want to bring it to this table, if that's okay.
Okay, wonderful.
Yeah,
Go ahead, President.
I would, however the board wants to, the full body would like to have this done is what I'm okay with. I think that even if it may be in governance, that we still, as a committee of the whole, have to vote on it. But whatever the will is, the pleasure is of the of the board is what I'm okay with.
Right, fantastic. And I think that's probably why
It's here.
it's here, just for that transparency, to make sure that we're all engaging. Okay.
I couldn't hear a word you said.
Oh,
Your mic-
your mic was off.
your mic was off.
Vice President.
Do you want me to make the comments now?
I still can't hear a word you're saying.
I'm
Go
just
ahead and
saying
repeat
that prior to it coming onto an agenda item in a meeting, there should have been a discussion with the full board about how we want to move forward with it. It could have been discussed yesterday, hey, how do we want to do this? Do we want to do it with the president, or do we want to put it on the governance? But to do it this way, the decision's already made to have it here and then make a decision. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I don't think it's anything nefarious, or I think it was just an organizational thing. And I think maybe moving forward, we can have the discussion if that's something that should take place right at our organizational meeting when new commissioners come on board. And so I respect your opinion on that, and thank you. Commissioner Powell.
Sorry, Tom, my headphone batteries just died. So, according to the bylaws, the assignment of liaisonships and a number of other positions is the prerogative of the board president. The only thing I would ask at this point, I can see why it's an issue, because it's mid-year. Those who still have assignments probably want to keep them. I will tell you right now, I want to keep the assignments I have, which kind of only leaves those of the vacated board seats up for grabs for the new board members. I would also say that it is up to because of the prerogative of the board president, it's up to the board president to meet with the various committee chairs to help set the agenda. And usually we have more time. I mean, we had an election yesterday. So usually we have more time to work out the finer details. So I would hope that people would have some grace about whether something belongs on the agenda. All I'm saying is expressing my personal desire to keep the committee, the liaisonships that I currently have. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell.
So I'll reach out to,
Thank you, President.
Everybody.
And it was not out of disrespect that,
None
this was
taken.
on
none
the
taken.
agenda, but,
We all are learning, so.
yeah, and I think simply we just need
And
to.
I think Vice President LeBron for pointing that out.
Right.
Because, we do have laws and bylaws that we have to adhere to, so.
Right, and I think, board staff was just desired to see that this got done. And
Yep.
it made sense because a day after our election,
Yep.
it made sense to put that on my
Yep.
agenda.
Yep.
Not that I'm trying to, take away that role of the president
No
in any
problem
way.
at all.
All right, we have some hands up, it looks like. Commissioner Adams.
Yeah, I just got to say, maybe it was because when I came on, we just had cut all these staffs. We just had found out about all the money missing. We did the mid-year cuts. But I really don't remember going through Van White about anything about my assignments, except for I asked him, could I get East? And he said, absolutely not. And that was it. Me and Commissioner Malloy kind of worked it out, and me and Commissioner LeBron kind of worked it out so I could get School 10. I just don't. I really don't remember. Maybe it was Marisol had maneuvered, and my conversations with her, she made it happen with me not having to deal with Van White as much or something. But I don't remember him playing a role in that. I do remember negotiating with Amy Malloy, Commissioner Malloy, and with Commissioner LeBron. And like I say, trying to negotiate with Vice President White. It didn't work, but.
So Commissioner Adams, you got first dibs on East.
All right. I don't. Now I kind of think maybe because I have such a personal interest there, I might not be able to be biased So I'm not pushing for that now.
All right,
okay.
okay.
Well, I think these are certainly like conversations that we should have as a board. And I think my only concern was just switching everything up if that was what people wanted to do. Personally, my own concern was just if we were to switch mid-year all of our assignments, that might cause some disruptions. But certainly we should, I think it's a good thing to switch up liaison assignments every few years and gives us an opportunity to be in contact with more of the schools in our community. And I would love to make that switch, but maybe that's a switch we make in June at the end of a school year before we start our next school year. Do we have any other hands online? Did Commissioner Simmons want to weigh in?
I did. I'm going back and forth on if I want to have this
Okay, go
question.
ahead.
Yeah, so it sounds like most of the board are assigned to their schools and comfortable with where they are. And there's so many changes. I'm sure stability is the name of the game right now, right? So it would make sense to me that, and that the board look at maybe what Commissioner Clark and President or Commissioner White had as the optional schools to look at between myself and Commissioner Patterson.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think that's a good idea that we, because that's what was originally discussed, that typically what has happened is whoever vacates the board, the new commissioner takes on those assignments. So it's a matter of who wants who wants President White's and who wants Commissioner Clark's schools. So
Right, so
and we
maybe
can
we
work
can
that
do a
out.
marrying between the two, and then we can wait to hear from you, President Elliott, to facilitate that conversation as
right.
we determine between those two. Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you very much. Go ahead, Vice President LeBron.
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the same thing that President Elliott just said, that, and perhaps why Commissioner Adams couldn't remember that piece was because he inherited the group of schools that were previous to Commissioner Shepard when she transitioned, and you also then inherited a group of schools that a previous commissioner had. I did too. That conversation was had. There were some schools that I did try to barter with Vice President, at the time, Vice President Elliott. She told me no. I did ask for School 9. I was like, can I have School 9? It's unclear. And she told me no. But Commissioner Adams and I did do a trade for schools, and I'm sure you and him did a trade.
Right.
And that is common, but historically it is done through the president. And Van would actually reach out and send out emails, and perhaps that's why staff, I don't recall staff being included. But certainly we can look at the bylaws again. I don't have any issues with folks inheriting, and I do agree that there needs to be some stability, especially in the time of COVID. And some of those schools probably haven't seen a board liaison in years. So regardless of who the liaison was, I just want to be upfront about that. So they would welcome at least the commissioners coming in to have those liaisons. Thank you.
At
Thank you,
one
Vice
point in the history, and Commissioner Powell, you may be able to help on this. We talked about and we reconfigured based on zones. So for example, or south, west. For example, at one point I had school without walls, which I really love. But I don't remember all of the discussion, but I ended up giving up school without walls because of the discussion that the board had a few years ago. Commissioner Powell, can you elaborate
Actually,
on that?
I think that was a trade you and I made. You're correct that we had the discussion about breaking it up into geographic areas, but that conversation kind of fizzled out without any changes because we weren't all in agreement that was the optimal way to represent our different schools. You're correct in remembering that we had the conversation, but we didn't make changes because of that conversation.
Oh, then I want my school back.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell, and thank you, President Elliott. So clearly, it would behoove us to have more conversations around this, but one thing I really like about the assignments currently is that we all have a diverse set of schools in a lot of different of the zones, right, or across the city. And that's really valuable for me, so like I'm not just visiting schools that are in the neighborhood closest to where I live. I think it's important for commissioners to have a diverse portfolio of liaison schools, and that's my opinion. Is there anyone else who'd like to comment at this time, or any other concerns? So certainly that's something that we'll discuss moving forward, but I'm sure that's the president's prerogative now. You'll be reaching out, I'm sure, to our commissioners and just keep us all abreast of any potential changes. Okay, moving on to our final governance item, and Kelly, I'm going to just lean on you for just a moment, just to maybe uplift why we put this on the governance agenda.
Sure. So, upcoming, I know that there are a few items that we want to also touch on in the future. Governance right now only meets a few times a year, so definitely to highlight some discussions will need to be placed on other special meeting agendas as we navigate, one of them being our state monitor plan, to continue the work of the board checking in on what's going on with the state monitor, well, we shouldn't call it state monitor plans, the academic and fiscal plans for the district, and to actively continue addressing updates for the district. So that is something that is on the radar, and so I don't think it was for just for discussion, but just to highlight that we're going to ask our commissioners to be a little flexible as we seek to add some of these discussion items to agendas. And then also with ARP funds, I know that's of interest with our commissioners. That's something that we also want to circle back around on. I know that the ARP funds, we're still waiting on the state on that, so hopefully in the future we'll be able to discuss that as well. But I know in our previews to governance meeting, some of these action items wanted to make sure that they continue to be highlighted as something to circle back around on as a board.
Thank you. Vice President, go ahead.
In regards to the ARP funds, that should always be under the finance agenda. So I know that we switched so that finance only physically meets as committee of the whole every other month, but that does not mean that every month we're not going to have a finance report.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
That report will still come to the board at the board business meeting. So for me, I don't even feel like this should have even been here, because there's just a no-brainer that it should be attached every single month. We should have an update regarding finances, including ARP funds. So just want to put that out there.
Fantastic. And I know we're going to be discussing in terms of the committees as well, just to circle back to that.
Right.
Quickly, the committee structure, I know, has been a topic that people are right now we're meeting as committee of the whole, and I know that there are a number of commissioners who would like to see us go back to the old structure that we had in place. And I think that those are going to be important discussions to consider moving forward. I would propose that we not make any changes for this current calendar year. That would disrupt our calendar, as you were saying, pretty significantly. But I think that is a definite conversation that we should have in June or at one of our retreats moving forward. Go ahead, Commissioner Powell.
Given that this particular change into meeting of the whole is a product of the state monitor's plan, I'd really like to hear input from the state monitor about any proposition that we go back to three-person committees, or whether you, Dr. Jallow, would have objections to that.
I don't have objections to that, but I do feel that that decision is strictly and completely up to the board.
Can you
I'm sorry,
repeat? I know the mask was a little muffled.
Let me take it off for a minute. I said I don't have objections to you going back to three-person committees, but that is my personal opinion. As state monitor, that decision is entirely and fully up to the members of the board.
Thank you, Dr. Jallow.
I was only asking because it was an action item.
Action item to reduce the number of meetings.
Right.
That's true. Whether you have a three-man committee or a committee of the whole was something that was originally recommended by the distinguished educator, Dr. Aquino.
But those decisions as to whether you're ready to make that transition is up to you.
Okay, thank you. That's great guidance. Thank you so much, Dr. Jallo. Vice President?
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say, like, it was Dr. Aquino's kind of insistence, but his insistence also based on the previous chair of governance, which was Dr. Hallmark. And also, in addition, part of the reason why we went to committee of the whole is because we don't trust each other. So there were decisions being made, and now we're having these meetings at 3, sometimes 2, because everybody didn't show up to these meetings, and discussions were being made and decisions about what was going to come to the board business meeting. And then if you had 3 commissioners and you just get that one additional 4th vote, that's it, things pass. So I'm not interested in going back to that type of model. And what I have stated to folks that I've had conversations with around this is a couple of things, is that this community should not accept that level of lack of transparency from this board, and we would be going backwards if we were to go that route and not allow it to be live. This right now is the committee of the whole of governance. And this is live, so people can see it, they can understand the conversations and the decisions that are being made that are going to impact the district or their students and so forth. If we're not providing this level of live and transparency, I'm not personally interested in going back to a time when we weren't as transparent as we are now. The other piece that came up was that the standing still camera, I share some concerns around that, because if it's hard to see or hear what's happening, and I don't want to give this as a burden to our staff who manages the cameras and stuff, so we would have to figure out a plan. So I am in support of leaving our calendar as it is now, and then having this discussion perhaps as a work session to specifically make a decision for June to start in July 1. But we also have to figure out a way to be not only more transparent about these things and keeping these lives for individuals, but also language access.
Right.
We have to have the ability to have ASL or, closed captioning on the videos, translate families if they need it. And we have to have those things figured out. I'm not interested in moving any way backwards to the transparency piece.
I'm so glad that you mentioned that, because I thought that you had supported moving back to the prior structure. That's because I'm not familiar with the prior structure. So I appreciate hearing that. I'm glad we're having these discussions so that when we finally do make a decision as a board, we make sure that we aren't moving backward. President Elliott.
With regard to the board meeting calendar, and I have a comment on the committee structure, but with regard to the meeting calendar, I'm wondering if, this is for our consideration, that we look at including in the calendar dates for work sessions. And if we don't need those work sessions, you can cancel them, but I'm wondering if we should just include,
That would be a fantastic idea. I'm just hearing that, and very novel. Thank you. Would anyone else be in favor of that as we prepare the calendar for our next school year? It looks like there's consensus there. Commissioners Adams and Simmons, would you support that moving forward? That we set aside time for, not retreats, but work session times in advance of every calendar year, so that the time is set aside. So if we don't need them, we won't use those times, but should we need them, the time is set aside in advance. I think just considering even our personal lives, it would make a huge difference for
I
our
think it's a
superintendent.
great direction towards proactive planning versus reactive. So I like that idea.
Thank you. And Commissioner Adams?
So I would like to say that me personally, I used to go to all those committee meetings when they were the three people, and they were very not well attended. I'd be like the only person that wasn't a staff person at a lot of the meetings. And the thing that we've said is, and we got to just be honest here, we don't trust each other. And so we can't go back into a situation that's not going to try to knock down that wall of distrust. We do have to put an effort in at some point of trying to build a little bit of trust. Right. We have no chance of knocking that wall of distrust down if we're separating off. We gotta leave that. And I could tell you some stories of some things that happened in them three committee meetings. It was like ridiculous. Some of it was really ridiculous. So I'm not in support of going back to that.
So you support,
I think we have better community input when the community sees all the board members there. I just think we probably should stay with the committee of the whole, even if it's more meetings or whatever. We just got to be willing to get a bigger plate. I'm done.
talk about, like, for me, not reading, like, the board take on this. One of the reasons I put this on the agenda, or Kelly and I put this on, is that we were under the impression that most board members were supporting going back or wanted us to look at going back to the prior structure. So I misread that. It sounds like we don't need to have further discussion. If we'd like to stay with the committee of the whole model, why have a separate work session on whether or not we're going forward? Because that would be a move back. I never supported the model of 3 anyway, but I wasn't here either. So I was trying to be open-minded about, considering other commissioners' thoughts on that. But it seems like no one is really in full support of that. Vice President, go ahead.
No, I just want to, I guess I'm asking for clarity too. President Elliott, you said adding work sessions as like a standing thing for this calendar year. That's what I'm assuming.
No. Well, I mean, if we can do it this calendar year, I'm not thinking about it for this calendar year,
You're
but
thinking
going
about July
forward.
1
Yeah,
moving
because
forward.
if the calendar's already set, but, I mean, maybe we can establish
I would
something
like to
for
add it
the-
for this calendar only.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, we
Yeah.
can. Mhm,
I
mhm.
personally would prefer us
But I
to-
thought this board calendar is for
Next year
next
that we
year's
were
what I
for
was.
next year.
Yeah. But yes, we can't, I don't have a problem with scheduling some now,
Okay.
some standard ones. But I was actually talking about for the next calendar year because this calendar is for the next year. So-
Dr.
but I'm
Myers-Small,
not averse to that at all.
is that something that you could accommodate with your cabinet and staff if we were to can we revise our calendar first and foremost?
Yeah.
We can always revise. The board voted to adopt at the beginning of the school year, so it's just a matter of amending the calendar. But in terms of work sessions, the board typically does add emergency work sessions and things. Those don't get added to the calendar because it's not like there's recurring meetings, so we could essentially add those. We notice them as per usual to the public, place them on the calendar, on the website, notify on social media, et cetera, but we wouldn't need to amend the calendar to add, because the calendar is already in process, but for next year, we will make those we could make those an established part of the calendar building.
But let me just say, the reason I wanted to clarify for this calendar year is because we should have them, and if we don't need them, at least they're all on our calendar.
Right, that's
It's
fine.
really
Right.
difficult to manage 7 board commissioners' calendars,
That's
plus
fine.
the administration's calendar and Dr. Jallo's calendar. If we all agree on a specific date and time and say, this is a work session that we're going to do once a month, whether we need it or not, if we need it, we announce it and we show up, and if we don't, then it's canceled.
But let me just
agree.
point out, but however, for this particular issue with school reconfiguration, we want to do 2.
Correct.
Right,
So
we
we're
wanna do
doing,
at least 2.
At least 2.
At least 2.
Right.
right. I put in the minutes 2 to 3.
But these would be additional work sessions for other topics, not just this month or next month.
Well, this
prior to
this
the
would be
decision.
for the same topic, what we're
Well,
talking about.
right, but moving forward, as Vice
Yes.
President LeBron has suggested, that maybe we add some to our calendar
Yep.
for the remainder of the year?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep.
Wonderful. So that's something that I'm sure we'll look at dates and thank
Yes,
you in advance to the staff
Yes,
for arranging
we
this.
will work on the calendar.
Go ahead, Vice President.
And this is an ask for all the commissioners. If we can send Kalia and the staff like the earliest availabilities, like for me, I'm willing to flex my work schedule for 4:30 for a work session, and I would prefer an earlier time than a later time during the week. I just want to put that out there. But I know that everybody can't do that because of their work schedules, but if you can send her all those availabilities, and if you have the flexibility, that way we can kind of figure out some times and dates that would work for everybody.
I'm gonna channel Dr. Blatt, yes. Yes.
I think we all like earlier.
4:30 is
Earlier is
better.
always better for me, at least.
Yeah, so I do have a question on another point about committee structure. I really want to have the HR meetings monthly. So let me ask you, Kalia, we've got additional staff now. Is that possible to do, that we do the HR meetings monthly?
Monthly.
Or every other month? I don't like it that we've got it so far out.
Same with governance. as
Yeah,
well.
particularly because the HR budget, human resources and personnel are the largest costs in our budget. And I think that we need to have those meetings scheduled, for me, regularly. Monthly, that we do, that we go over different things within that particular committee. So is that possible for us to do?
Commissioner Powell, do you want to go first?
Well, first, I agree it should be meeting. President Elliott, we haven't been meeting, but I would remind you that the charge of the committee isn't to review personnel resolutions or anything of that nature. It's to try to develop appropriate policies, oversight policies. So we do need to get that work done, but I'm not sure that locking into a once-a-month schedule is the best way to do it. I think the best way to approach it is to determine what it is we want to discuss, what policies we need to pay attention to, and then set aside the time to specifically discuss those.
No, that's not the intent of the HR committee. The intent of the HR committee is to also go over the different aspects of HR. That may be talking about civil service. That may be talking about the process around, retirement, and so that we're more informed about these various issues. So that's why I would like to do it, monthly, if not monthly, certainly every other month. I don't remember the last time that the committee met. And I think, I don't know when
You don't
it's
meet again
scheduled.
until April for
Yeah,
HR,
see,
or that.
we can't do that. I don't want to do it quarterly. I'll accept it every other month, if people are not willing to do it monthly, or we don't have the staff to be able to do it, but certainly not,
Right.
we waited until April to do it. We
Well, I
can't-
know we've had those conversations together about our concerns about maybe revising how often some of the committees
Yeah.
meet. You would express concern about HR, of course, because you found out, wait, I don't meet until April, when you were chairing that committee. Wait, are you still chairing HR? Is that
I
okay?
am. You
Sorry.
voted on it.
Yeah, I was, whoops. Okay, that's awkward. So,
like,
yes, I did, of course, thank you. Yes, of course I did.
So I wanted to, can I respond
course.
to? I know that, so I just responding to President Elliott before, I know Commissioner
Oh, yeah,
Simmons
can
also
I
has a
finish
point.
my one thought, though?
Yes.
I was trying to say that, in terms of governance, I know we don't meet again until June,
Ooh,
right? And so that is,
It's too long.
yeah, and to always ask other committees to have a place on their agenda, I feel like I'm putting other commissioners in an imposition when I do that. They have important things to discuss on their committees, and if there's a way for next year's schedule that we can maybe look at that as a board to see if maybe some committees are meeting a bit more often. It doesn't have to be every month, of course, but maybe, every 2 to 3 months. And if we don't need to meet, we could certainly cede that time to someone else. But that was a frustration I think I had as governance chair, just being able to meet a bit more often.
Yes. So,
Sorry.
so I definitely will take all the points. Just to remind folks, we have 7 committees. There are only so many Tuesdays and Thursdays in a month, and so and also trying to balance that as well with we mentioned the academic plan that did ask for reduction in meetings. So that would
Right.
it is a juggle, and so I do look forward to the retreat where we can really address this for the upcoming year. We tried it out to have the policy committee, finance and ESA meet monthly, and because of that, they have taken precedent. That's already 3 Tuesdays of the month. And then now if we are saying to add governance monthly and HR Gov monthly, we still have audit, we still have CIGR, you know, then we are meeting every Tuesday of the month and possibly, and now we're adding work sessions, that's also every Thursday of the month. And then we also have the business meetings on Thursdays as well. So I'm just letting you know, the question was to ask in terms of coverage for staff. And even though I do have 3 staff members that do cover the board, I will say that does place a lot of pressure in even staffing the meetings in the evening. So just to raise that as a point.
Did we have people on Zoom who had their hands raised? Let me get to them first.
Yes, I know, did you have a point, Commissioner? Okay, yeah, no, Commissioner Simmons did have.
Commissioner Simmons, go ahead.
Thank you. I actually, through the conversation, that my issue or my concern is resolved, so I do not.
I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
I don't have any.
Oh, thank you. Oops, she's muted. Okay, Commissioner Adams?
Yes, I believe that the main focus of cutting back on the meetings because we was having, our meetings was going too long.
Right.
Do you know we was going to 1 o'clock in the morning quite often on a regular basis? And so any kind of way you could cut that down, that's what people was thinking. But we just need to be able to manage our meetings a little better. And maybe if we don't have a whole lot of stuff crowded on there, we can get out of here in a respectable time. That's what I think was the real issue is in our meetings consistently went to after midnight.
So,
Thank you.
okay.
Go ahead, Vice President.
Sorry, President Lee. I've been waiting patiently because a couple of things. Finance was mentioned that we're meeting every month. We are not. We also agreed to give up finance every month. So ESA and policy are probably meeting every month. Finance is meeting every other month. And that was part of, again, aligning with Dr. Jallo's recommendations that we reduce meetings. So some of this conversation feels like we would be going backwards in that recommendation if we're now saying at HR, monthly, I would support it every other month. I'm not entirely sure what we would need for some of these committees to meet every month. There are other boards that don't have these committees at all. Like, that's the mind-blowing piece. We have committees that we've created, like, and I'll throw governance out there. We have a governance committee, and Commissioner Malloy, this has nothing to do with you, because I think this transition happened before I came too. But governance is the responsibility of all of us. Right. Like, we should be having conversations as a body about governance every month anyway, whether it's in the board business meeting, 15 minutes, whatever the case may be. But for whatever reason, over the years, to accommodate different commissioners' desires to focus on different topics, we have morphed into all these committees. And I would just ask that when we have this work session to talk about how we move forward, that we also look at the purpose and what we're trying to get and how important is it or isn't it, and if there are other ways that we can get the same outcome without maybe officially having that committee. Because I do think the HR pieces that you're asking about, that we can have conversations as leadership and also with our fellow board members about that information being shared in other ways. HR is a function, when you think about it, both of finance and ESA academically. So here's the number of staff, what are the outcomes, what are the financial implications to this district. So I just want to say that because, like, again, I like to study other districts. I like to understand what other districts are doing. I know that there are some districts that are much larger than us. They have only 4 committees. I went back and forth with Colleen on this. I was like, Oakland got 4, but Oakland has 122,000 students. Wow. San Francisco also, over 100,000 students that they're serving. We're serving 25,000 students, and we have 7 committees.
Right.
Like, I think we have the largest number of committees in the entire Big Five. So I would love for us to have this conversation as we move forward, what's necessary, what we want to get, what we want to understand and learn, and how can we obtain that information
that perhaps maybe isn't tied to a committee, but maybe a report and an expectation to the administration.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you
But
so much.
let me just say, I was one of those that did support the three-member committee. And the reason I was in favor of it as opposed to this body had to do more with the fact that there are other people who have more expertise in certain areas that I may have. The other piece is that this meeting versus a three-member meeting, these meetings are going to be longer. And, you know, we're all responding to and reacting to some of the comments that our colleagues are making. And so the disadvantage of this kind of meeting, while it may be informative, it's going to take a while. You know, it's not, you know, going to be, you know, a half hour or 2 hours for the meeting, whereas the three-member committee members, committees worked more efficiently. And that was the reason that we had minutes of those meetings that commissioners can go and look at those notes. So it's you know, there are advantages and disadvantages to both formats. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. So certainly something moving forward we'll discuss. Are there any other comments or questions at this time? I appreciate the feedback. I don't see anyone online. All right. So with that, I believe we've gotten through really everything we need to get through as a governance committee. Thank you, colleagues, for everything. And our next meeting for governance is not until June. However, I'll see you in June. No, we'll probably have some items here or there to discuss prior to that. I'm looking forward to our trainings and some of the retreats that we have coming up, as well as our professional developments that are on the board calendar. Do we have any professional developments that we need to be aware of?
Coming up, in February, we have the FMP, which is a part of our annual plan to always have in February a presentation, professional development session on the FMP. So Chief Schmidt will be leading us in that. He does that annually for us. So I just need a motion to adjourn.
All right, motion to adjourn. Can I get a second? Can we have a second? Thank you, and I pass the gavel over to
Need
our...
a vote? Need a vote?
Oh, yeah, all in favor of... Aye.
Is it possible to get about 5 minutes?
I was going to ask if you all could turn your attention to the survey to complete the governance committee and take perhaps a 5-minute comfort break for those who need to use the restroom.
Thank you, Commissioner Powell. I agree.
I am going to take that comfort break.
Do we have like the times listed by any chance of, where would we find the times for the meeting? Did we adhere to start and end times? That's, yeah.
Start and end
When
times.
were we
We were
supposed
supposed
to
to end
end?
at 7:30.
Okay, well,
Yeah.
we did have a lot of important topics with our.
And we
public
had a
plan to
delay.
discuss,
We
so-
started at 7:50 because of the technical challenges. so.
Okay.
I saw you were like, I need to get to my food.
This is cauliflower rice.
I like cauliflower rice a lot. It is good. It's yummy. No, it's yummy. Yeah.
Because we thought we was leaving here at 8 o'clock, and here we are serving a whole other.
So are we still live right now, or are we live, or are we on break?
I know, every me too, y'all, every me too, I ain't gonna front, but.
Oh, we are still live, evidently? Are we still live? Okay, all right. No, just making sure.
the Policy Committee is about to start. Could I get a motion to approve the agenda as it appears on board docs?
So moved.
Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I see Commissioner Adams on screen, but I don't see Commissioner Simmons. Vote. No, but I mean,
Aye.
thank you.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. That's what I was.
You're welcome.
That's what I was waiting for. Okay.
You're welcome.
We have no speakers. That was taken care of at the outset of the Governance Committee meeting. So our agenda really starts at number 4. We had hoped that we would have minutes in time for today's meeting, but we do not, so there are no meetings. Under the discussion topics, item number 5, there are no NISBA policy recommended updates at this time. So I'd like to start with the world's shortest report for our year ending 2021. The Policy Committee managed to get through 55 adoptions, amendments, or rescissions, totaling 25% of the entire policy manual in the from January to December. We were also able to get 44 policies into various stages of consideration, including those that are before us for a discussion today. That representing another 20% of the entire policy manual. So I just bring that to you to submit for the record that we are making progress on a 100% review of the policy manual. Okay? Any questions about that? It's pretty straightforward.
Good work, I'll say that, Commissioner
Well,
Powell.
thank you, President Elliott. Item C, district goals policies. The existing policy 0000 was the product of a strategic action plan, a strategic plan from 1995, and that policy had never actually been reviewed or discussed in detail. When Dr. Black and I sat together to discuss how best to revise it, the vast majority of Superintendent Leslie Myers-Small's strategic plan fits neatly into policy 0000. So if you look at the attachments on board docs, you will see that they're not labeled as track changes and clean copy. They're marked as the current and proposed because it is a 100% change. There's nothing left from the original that makes any sense in the context of our current strategic plan. Dr. Black, would you like to talk at any length at all about what discussions may have happened in cabinet or at the administrative level that would allow us to say that this has come full circle?
So we have had an opportunity to align the work that we're doing against our goals from the superintendent level, our goals that drive our work academically, and the goals that we're talking about are on our strategic plan. So in aligning how we go from the very high level to the alignment of our superintendent's goals, these policy adjustments that we're setting up from our vision and mission of the district all the way through how we articulate goals in classrooms is what you all will experience through the revision or proposed revisions or redos of these policies.
Okay. Callie, would you like to put up the proposed revision to 0000 for the public? And at this point, I would entertain any questions or concerns people have. Commissioner Elliott?
Yes, on that, and this is the only concern that I have out of all the policies. If we go down to, under our students, and hopefully I'm looking at the right one. Our proud, no, that's not it. And I did read that.
Do you want to save that comment for when
Yes,
we
I
get to
will.
it? Okay, thank you.
But that policy is also numbered 0000.
If you're looking at the
Yeah.
old one.
Yep, yep.
And as I said, that is the product of a 1995 strategic plan.
Okay,
And
so we could just disregard this one?
Yeah,
Okay.
the proposal is to throw that out in its entirety.
Okay,
Is that okay?
yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Kalia, do you see any hands up on, not Skype, Zoom?
No hands up on Zoom right now. I know we have the screen up as much as possible that we can, and also welcome to, our parent rep, Reverend Spar, who's also joined us on Zoom as well. Thank you for joining us. I know it's a little bit late. Thank you.
And I'll have you know that Reverend Spar attended our subcommittee earlier today, and so she's been a real trooper. Okay?
Thanks, Commissioner.
Just a question.
No,
I think she said
any
thank
questions?
you.
She was just thinking.
Oh, okay.
If there are no questions, I would entertain a motion to advance this new policy 0000 to the board to
Motion.
begin the process. I heard a motion from President Elliott,
Second.
a second from Vice President LeBron. Further discussion, again, in furtherance of this discussion, I'll remind the new board members that we have a three-step process, that once it leaves committee, it goes through 3 readings. So at our next business meeting, it will be the first reading for the public. The public can comment on it, as a topic on the board's agenda. The following month would be the second reading, and then 3 months from now, March, would be when we would actually cast our votes to make this a permanent policy. Okay?
So we just need a vote now.
All right, so the motion is on the table. Any further discussion? Going, gone. All in favor? Aye. I did see Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Simmons.
My unmute is not working as quickly as I'd like it to, but I am saying aye.
Thank you. We'll take our time, however much time you need. That's fine. Thank you.
And
Okay.
I recorded that and we'll put it in electronically afterwards.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, so the outgrowth of the review of that policy, 0000, is that policy 0200 is somewhat redundant. And it made more sense to break up the old school district goals and objectives into, because of the way we are doing things now, into board goals and superintendent goals. So the proposal is to create brand-new policy 2000 and a brand-new policy 3000. And you'll see that those, we will when the clerk catches up with me. The construction of the board goals, this consists of just the 5 goals that we set for ourselves at the beginning of the year in retreat. And it also calls for the metrics that would be that we sort of renegotiate each year, that the metrics would be attached as an exhibit rather than as a function of the policy. And the idea behind this is, when we looked at our board goals this past year, we only needed to tinker with the language a little bit. We fundamentally had the same goals as the previous year. But the metrics changed a bit. So the idea is the goals would often be fairly stable and would not change much from year to year, but our metrics might change significantly. Now, an exhibit does not require a board approval in the form of a resolution. But when the board, at the end of its retreat, agrees upon a new set of metrics, those metrics can just automatically be updated to the policy manual without having to change, without any specific approval. However, if we change the language of our goals, then we would have to, in that retreat, that would trigger an update of the policy. Okay? That's the concept around the construction of these policies. I do see indication for discussion. I'm happy to entertain any questions on that. Your mic is off. I can't. Are you asking to be recognized?
Yes.
Thank you.
So just to recap what you just mentioned, if we change policy 2000, make the amendments to say reference 2000 Exhibit 1, when we change the board goals, because our board goals and metrics do change, Exhibit 1 would be the only document that we would then change with the updated goals for the board and the metrics, but not necessarily the policy 2000, just this particular form as the exhibit. And then in addition to that, does that mean that we would have to vote on the exhibit for the attachment? It would just be that we did a board retreat, agreed to the board metrics the way we typically do, and then it would be finalized on one piece of paper that would attach to our policy as an evidence, and we would do this every year as the board goals were updated, just for clarification.
That's pretty close to
Okay.
what I said. Callie, can you put up the Exhibit 1? Okay, so let's just use our last retreat as an example. We did change, I think we did change something among the goals, but it wasn't a wholesale change. It was just some language changes. So if some version of this policy was already in our manual, the retreat would have triggered, the negotiation of that language change would have triggered having that policy come before the board for an amendment. Even if the policy didn't change at all, but in the process of our retreat we changed, that would be automatic, would not come before the board. We just pull out the old exhibit, put in a new exhibit. Okay? But, thank you. All right. Now, you'll notice that on the exhibit, the goal is numbered, and it's word for word what we have. Oops, it's supposed to be word for word what we have
in the policy.
In the policy. But that's not what I'm seeing. It's the exhibit is not correct, because the exhibit starts right out with improve the financial condition, whereas the board goals, oh, I'm sorry, are we looking at the?
Are you, because I have the exhibit for 2002, and these are the board goals here. Did you want the board, maybe I pulled up the original board policy, but 2000 is new, is it proposed new?
Yeah, it's a brand new.
Yeah.
So I'm just looking at it, what it should, the one on our metrics should be exactly the same as the one in our policy.
This is what was developed here.
So that can be changed.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm misspeaking. These five, these numbered fives aren't the goals that we discussed in our retreat. These are just sort of the standard 5 things that we have to accomplish. So both the goals and the metrics that we discuss in retreat are in the exhibit. So I misspoke earlier, Commissioner LeBron. Okay? Sorry about that.
So then when, just for clarity as well, when the board votes on the board goals and metrics, that's when the exhibit would change automatically.
Right.
Okay.
Okay?
So I'm sort of with you, so help me out, Commissioner Powell. So what your original statement had to do with, and when we look at the policy itself and look at what the goals are, number one is work closely with the community and the remainder of that. And then you're thinking that the number one on the exhibit should be that same goal. Am I correct on that?
That's my.
What you said?
That was,
Okay.
that was my first instinct,
right.
was that those would be the same. But as I recall, these were set out separate from. These are just kind of our core mission, but not our annual goals. The numbers 1 through 5 in the policy,
Yeah.
okay? These are different from our goals.
But should they align?
Not necessarily. These are more,
I wonder if that's going to
these
be
are more
confusing.
these are more our responsibilities, both to our, by law and to our community. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I'm sort of not comfortable with that, because if we have people who are trying to compare with the policy and then with this exhibit, I guess what I don't know is how to explain intelligently, why there is not this alignment.
And I apologize, it was entirely my fault for setting it up to suggest that they would be a one-for-one comparison.
Okay. So, but it does go along with the policy, 2000.
If I may, could I try to
Clarify?
clarify? Yes.
Please.
So we do have a course of policies that do this, where the policy dictates kind of the responsibility of what the district is charged with doing. A number of the superintendent's policies do that, and then they have either an exhibit or a policy. What's the word I'm looking for?
Regulation.
Regulation, right, that really talks about in detail what is actually happening on the ground. So with this policy, Policy 2000, it really dictates kind of the state responsibilities for the Board of Education and aligning those responsibilities. And then the exhibit is like, well, for the current year, these are the board schools and the metrics. So every time the board annually reviews and adopts their board goals and metrics, the exhibit would be flipped out. Kind of similar to our code of ethics. We have a code of ethics policy that is pretty standard, and it kind of lists for the entire district what those responsibilities are for students, staff, et cetera. But then we also have an exhibit to that policy. You all signed that one, which is the standards of conduct for the board, which is kind of an addendum to the code of ethics, but specific to the board. So that's kind of how this kind of plays hand in hand.
Okay, so I basically just say that these are metrics. It doesn't seem, unless I'm wrong, because I'm not looking at Policy 2000, that these I think I got it.
These are like our legal responsibilities, right?
Yeah.
Or
I just need
these
to
would be
understand
how
how
the
to
board is
articulate
going
it. I think I got it.
about doing their responsibilities.
Okay.
If folks are generally comfortable with this, I would entertain a motion to advance this to the full board.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner LeBron.
Second.
I have a second from President Elliott. Any further discussion? Any hands up on the Zoom? No hands up?
Not at this time.
Okay. In that case, I will take a vote. All in favor of advancing this to the full board?
Aye.
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 I think I heard a 7-0 vote. Thank you.
Did we want to do, so we have the vote for the, for 0000, and then we just did 2000. Are we gonna do anything with O200 or O210?
Yeah, I want to go back, I want to cover 3,000 first and then go back to that, if you don't mind.
Sure.
So the structure of policy 3,000, another brand-new policy, follows the same pattern as the one we just approved. It basically says that the superintendent, in this case, the superintendent's goals shall be driven by the board's goals. But we're not going to embed the superintendent's goals in the policy because then we'd have to change it every year. But as a product of our retreat, the superintendent will update hers, and then that updated version will get replaced as an exhibit. Is everybody comfortable with that? Can I have a motion to advance this proposal?
Motion.
Seconded.
Okay, clerk, I'm sorry, the clerk captured that. Any further discussion? No further discussion? I'll call for the vote then. All in favor? Aye. Thank you so much. That was a 7-0 vote. Okay. Now, the old policy 0200 is now, or would be, upon approval of the 3 policies we just passed, would be effectively obsolete, and the recommendation is that that policy be rescinded. But even a rescission goes through the same 3-step process, so I would ask that action be voted out of committee to the full board. Can I have a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion from Commissioner Malloy.
Second. Oh.
Let's give Commissioner Adams that one. Thank you so much for chiming in. Any further discussion? Hearing none, ask for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed? Carries 7-0. Thank you so much. Okay, that leaves policy 0210. This particular policy has a complicated history. Originally, this policy was, Kelly, do you want to put it up on the screen for the viewing audience? The original policy 210 was just the lower half of this page, the portion that starts Rochester Early Education Program. And this policy went back. This is one of, honestly, the first policies the board ever approved back in the 80s, when or maybe more older than that, when the Rochester Preschool Parent Program first came into being. It was revised, when was it revised? It should be captured here, but the revision date doesn't appear on this version. After UPK came into existence. In fact, it was revised after the 3-year-old.
1998.
No, that's the original. That was the original approval of the policy manual. But it was revised when the UPK program began to accept 3-year-olds. But it still has language around goals for the instructional program. That was, when we submitted this to NYSBA, our existing policies to NYSBA, they kind of lumped these 2 things together. They thought they belonged. So with that background, I want to turn your attention to policy 4000. This policy was initially reviewed by the administration and Dr. Black before we started, the structure of our other goals began to gel. And because there's a residual of the policy 210 floating around there, that it's not in perfect sync with this policy 4000 language, I'm going to ask the board's indulgence that we bring those 2 policies back in a future meeting. we're really not ready to advance that to the full board at this
Which
time.
was the other one besides 4,000?
4,000 and 0210,
Okay.
the one with the long history. Okay? So with your indulgence, I will not ask for a motion to advance that, okay? Okay. And that completes this entire block of policies for consideration. We have two more discussion topics, however. On Board Docs 5D, this one is only before you as a discussion item. I've tried to draft a policy from scratch that pays attention to the requirements of the state monitor. State monitor's requirement was only that we pay attention to the IT functions and make sure that our IT functions are up and current. And you'll find the language that that I'm suggesting on page 5. On page 5 of 5. I'm sorry, no, not page 5 of 5. 4 of 5. It's just 2 paragraphs in the middle of that on technology. And it refers back to existing superintendent regulations 8300R. In my assessment, the failing of the keeping our technology and our information systems up to date had more to do with the recommendations coming from the committee or lack thereof. The committee was, however it has been configured over time, was taking into account our financial position and making recommendations not to update because, you know, whether it was because the money was better spent elsewhere or they believed at any particular point in time that we were as current as we needed to be on our technology. And the chronology is actually the reverse. At some point in time, it was thought that we had everything as tight as we needed to be and we'd be in good shape for years to come. But then later, you know, it was evident we needed to make changes, but the question was whether there was money for it, whether to put that in the budget and so on. So the critical element of this policy proposal that addresses the state monitor's concern is simply that we require the superintendent to speak to the technology needs when she presents the budget each year. That be part of her presentation, and that the committee that the superintendent convenes has input to the budget process. So, but there are other aspects of the institution that require long-range financial planning, and that's what I try to get at in this draft. I've had some conversations with the superintendent, and I've tried to reach out for input from others, and I really haven't gotten any feedback. So I present this to you as a body in search of feedback. It is not ready for prime time. I need your feedback, and I urge each one of you to shoot me a message. What you think needs to happen to move this forward. Okay? Any comments or considerations? The 4 areas that I could come up with that need long-range financial consideration, most of them are already covered. We already have a capital improvement plan, which is a 5-year plan, and it manages those several millions of dollars that we spend on facilities upgrades. We also already do textbooks adoptions, which is often a lengthy process, and the process of identifying a textbook series doesn't necessarily fit within one fiscal year. So the committee could be considering several textbook adoptions this year, knowing full well that it won't get adopted until next year, or if adopted, we won't be able to purchase them until next fiscal year. So like the technology one, the regulation already exists to convene the textbook committees. We simply want to add the charge that those committees have input into the budget process, and that the superintendent specifically speak to the impact of textbook adoptions when she presents her budget. The only thing that I could think of, and I invite you all to think hard about if there's anything we're leaving out, is professional development. Professional development is an ongoing and often multi-year process. Some of it is handled by the Teachers Center. Some of it is handled at the school level. I assume some of it is driven by the board's directive to do, for instance, cultural competency or restorative practices, right? Right now that's being addressed in some schools, but not all. And so what I would really like to see is some kind of an umbrella SOP, if you will, standard operating procedure, or outline, long-term outline of how professional development would be deployed in our, that takes into account all these different ways that we allocate professional development time and money. But I don't have that hammered down very tightly at this point. So I'm really inviting you all to think about, especially the administration, to think about what that language needs to look like. Just using this as a shell, if you will, can be replaced wholesale. But also to think about, are there other aspects of this institution that require multi-year funding and long-range planning? Commissioner LeBron first. I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I don't know if I would support a 5-page policy. One, I personally am not a fan of us passing policies that we actually then don't follow and don't do anything with, and it's so extensive that I just don't see how we would even ever go back to following this. But two, having some familiarity, I can't even speak, I'm so tired, of long-range financial planning. I've actually never seen a policy around long-range financial planning that looks like this, and that also includes a historical context, although that would be helpful to have it in writing for the board to understand perhaps why you're making the proposals. I don't know if I would want it in a policy. I also think that if there are already policies that address capital improvement and technology infrastructure and textbook review and adoption and policy and professional development, I don't even know who you're referring to in terms of professional development, because professional development for staff looks different than it does for the board and the administration, and some of that is actually negotiated into the contract. So not understanding that piece, although I think what you're trying to get at is that we are conscious about the long-term financial implications of these things, even though they exist as separate policies, that there's one place that we're saying to the superintendent, these are the expectations of long-term financial planning that this board recommends, so that she or he, in the future, I just want to talk in futures, and don't lose sight of the fact that these policies are scattered everywhere. So if that's the case, then I could support a much more condensed version that uplifts these things that kind of already exist and reference the policy that they exist in. And certainly I would also then at that point add our savings. Like, I just want to put that in there too. What we're saving for future issues. Oh, go ahead.
Okay, so I appreciate you've captured the sentiment, but I would only clarify, you referred to, we have other policies. We have we have regulations that are not supported by policy. Policies don't exist for IT governance. Policy does not exist for textbook adoptions. These have been from the beginning driven by superintendent regulation. So this would be this would become the umbrella for those regulations. But there are no policies under that, except of course, the general goals of the facilities. There is an overarching goals policy for facilities that currently kind of speaks to what drives our capital improvement plan. That's the only thing currently in existence. And each of our sections in the policy manual, you'll recall, starts with a goal, right? And the 2000 series now will start with 2000. The superintendent section will start with 3000. There's an existing policy 7000, which is our facilities goals. So that's just part of the construct, but there aren't any that speak directly to long-range financial planning. And this would eventually be, I'm sorry, I apologize for interrupting. This would eventually fall in the 7000 series under, the financial section. Dr. Jallo?
Yeah, thank you. For those of you who are new, I just want to go back a little bit as to how this started. This was originally put in the plan last year because during my investigation and interviews and researching and so forth, found that many of your technological student information management systems and other systems were outdated. They were outdated in that year after year they had not been maintained. So you still are using very outdated systems for student information management system. And we even felt that as recently as today when we're trying to gather data about enrollment, data about who's present, data about who's absent. And then you have a situation where your data systems, your student information management systems do not work well together. So the special ed data system doesn't work well with your general ed, so you have a systems issue. So originally that was put in the plan so that you never are sitting together and realizing that you're working and dependent upon management systems that are so outdated and that they make more work for you or make your work somewhat less accurate than you would need it to be, especially in times like now. So that, I just wanted to give the impetus for how we got here if you weren't here on the board during that time.
Can I see if there's anyone else before? Is there anyone else that wants to have input into this discussion before I give Commissioner LeBron a second bite at the apple?
I just want to say
Please.
that I'm going to read this and review it and reach out to you with questions about it.
Great. That's what I'm asking of everyone. Thank you. Commissioner LeBron, would you like another try?
Yeah, I just wanted to kind of respond a little bit to what Dr. Jallo was saying, and I definitely want to uplift that the technology that we are using is really outdated and puts us in a big disadvantage with COVID right now, and even being remote and what, just the technology is insane that we're just there, but I don't think that your recommendation was 5 pages for a policy. So I just want to put that out there, like, if we're going to create a policy, that we just go right into, literally, I think it starts on, this is page 3 at the very end, just the scope piece of it, and that's then refined and drafted to focus on these particular topics. I did not realize that we have regulations that are not attached to policies, so then that makes sense to put it in here, and then this becomes the policy and references the regulations. And as we're reviewing this policy in the future, we can also ask that the administration review the regulation to make sure that it's aligned and makes sense. So I just want to put that out there. And perhaps, Commissioner Powell, you were trying to, again, give us all the historical context so that we understood how we got from this point to this scope piece. But for me, starting at the scope is where I would personally, I feel like is the heart of what a policy would be under long-range planning, right there, that piece for me. That's just me, though. I know you're going to talk to other
Well, I
commissioners.
appreciate your comment, and there's no pride of authorship here. This is my process. I just did my little data dump, put everything I wanted to put out there, and then now that it's on the page, I'm seeking your input. I'm happy to put X's through whatever needs to have X's put through it, okay? All right? Any other comments on this policy? Okay. As I said, this was an FYI. I'm begging for your feedback, and that's from administration as well as my colleagues up here, okay? Thank you. Shall we move on to the next agenda item? Okay. In reviewing doing our year-end summary, we realized that there were a couple of policies in the 2000 series that did not get presented to, did not exit the policy committee. Actually, there are three, but the third one isn't ready for prime time yet either. So these two, we thought there would be some suggestions for new wording that simply didn't materialize. So I'm offering these again to the board for consideration without change. These are policies currently exist. If you look at track changes and clean copy, the only difference, if any, is some formatting issues. So taking them one at a time, if we could start with 2280. Is there any, is anyone willing to begin the discussion on this?
Sorry, what number?
2280, consultants to the board. At one point, there was some conversation about, I don't even remember, adding language, changing language, but nothing was offered up. So we're back to the original language.
Yeah, I don't see any track changes on the track changes.
Because we're proposing no changes.
Okay, okay.
And that's also true of 2440. Are you recommending that we advance it to the full board?
No, I just had a question about it.
Okay, I didn't hear you because your mic is off. Which one are we which one would you like to discuss?
2280.
Okay.
Just some clarification. So this is consultants to the board. Why we wouldn't have language in here that would trigger an RFP if it was required by a certain amount to have an RFP process for consultants. But then also why the language is in here that the consultants would report to the board and or the superintendent on a regular basis, especially if it's a consultant to the board. And then it says that the superintendent shall establish procedures to effect an efficient working relationship among consultants and the board and staff members. But again, we're talking about a consultant to the board, not necessarily to the administration. So just clarity around that. If there is any, I don't know.
I can't offer clarity. All I can say is that we had a discussion at a previous policy committee meeting. It was not advanced with other policies that were recommended no changes because there was some discussion about new language, but no new language materialized. So I can't shed any more light on it than that.
Can I just respond to that? Because for me, when we're having these conversations and language is coming up here, I don't want to have to go home and then try to remember on top of my million things to do to send out an email to you guys about what I just said from the dais if I'm putting it on record. I don't know if I was the one that made these same comments before. Let me be clear. But I just want to have to say that because this is the record right here. Not the email that I may send out that nobody will see. This is the record right here. So if I'm saying this is the language that I would like this board to consider on record for changes and amendments, that should then be put in there. And when this comes to us again, then we're having the conversation about it again. Or we're having a conversation from the dais on it.
I consider my work as the policy committee simply to facilitate the will of the body, and one person's recommendation or suggestion doesn't represent the will of the body until it's been, articulated in specific language. So that's why we're back here, because we didn't get closure on this for the first time around.
So I'm going to ask for clarification on the will of the body. If I send an email, it's not going to all the board to give feedback and input. It would still come right back here on record for the entire board to either agree or disagree with the language. So wouldn't this be the place, if there's a proposal for language, again, why wouldn't it be here at this particular junction?
Because the previous discussion was conceptual, not specific language. I don't have specific language, and quite frankly, we just finished looking at a policy that I felt I had to craft from scratch, and I did not like writing it from scratch. I don't see that as my primary role, is to write the policy. So we have a process, 2410, for submitting language. Anyone can submit suggestions for recommended language. That's the way you get it to me, and it hasn't happened yet. So so rather than this just be a dialogue between the two of us, I would like to ask the remainder of the committee whether you're comfortable accepting the policy language as it is currently written, with the proviso that it is always possible to update the policy and amend the policy at a future date. This would just keep going around and around. I'm not going to be the one to write language. I'm not going to do it if it's not my idea, especially if it's not something I'm deeply invested in. So we can either keep kicking this back to the back of the line, which is what's going to happen to it. It's going to be like, you know, my process is for this committee is, if a policy gets hung up over particular language, until we have particular language, it's going to the back of the line. And we're going to work on other policies that aren't so difficult to hash through.
So Commissioner LeBron, do you have some recommendations for language for some of the policies?
Yeah, we should add in here that there has to be a monetary amount that triggers an RFP process. Like, we went through this before. We can't make the assumption that we have an unlimited amount of money to hire consultants. It has to trigger at some point, and that should be in here, that if there's an X sum amount of dollars that a consultant is charging, it has to trigger an RFP process. What is that amount? That should be in our policy. The other piece I would add, again, is that the superintendent shall not establish the procedures to an effective, efficient working relationship with consultants that the board hires. That's weird language to me when it's not. The superintendent at her preview can hire her own consultants. Why would that language be in there for the superintendent to manage the consultants we hire for the board? That's weird to me.
Okay,
So I would omit that, and I would add the RFP process under a written proposal. There be right after that there's language around what triggers the RFP process, the amount, and what that requires in terms of contacting legal or whatever the case may be for the RFP process.
So whoever the board's support staff is, can they work with Commissioner LeBron for some language around that? But let me just also clarify in terms of, you talked about an amount that should trigger the board, and what do you recommend for that amount? You know, for 35,000.
I think Adrian can give us.
Okay.
There's an amount that triggers the RFP
Okay.
process.
The district already has two policies that deal with authorization for contracts, policy 6741 and policy 6745. That does talk about the 6741 in particular talks about the RFP process, and 6745 talks about the monetary thresholds and what contracts need to go to the board for approval, and what contracts the superintendent can execute on her own initiative. Whenever a contract really comes through the district process, regardless of who requested it, it does go through an RFP process. If it's submitted the right way, it's gonna go through an RFP process, so regardless of who has requested it, there are some contracts that you cannot anticipate cost at the outset, right? And so those might, occasionally the director of purchasing has some authority to make exceptions. But there are two other policies that really kind of serve to balance out this one. So maybe cross-referencing.
That's what I was thinking.
Might
Thank you.
be a solution here. Because we
Okay.
do have a range of other financial policies.
Thank you for bringing that to the table, Adrian. Keep in mind, this is in the 2000 series. This is not in the financial series. So if we cross-reference them, that would make it clear that this doesn't stand alone in isolation from our finance policies.
I just want to add that I would support that, because the way that this is disconnected now, it kind of gives that impression. And I don't know if we've always triggered an RFP process. I just want to put that out there for consultants that we have hired. I have not seen that for every consultant. And I know that there was some back and forth even this summer on the person hired to do the retreat coming up for you all. But in the past, literally the board just sat around and had conversations about like, oh, we have this person and this person, we're gonna go with this person. Granted, it was, 10,000 or less, but still, I would like it to be cross-referenced so that it doesn't appear that the board has its own process that we're, adhering to versus the administration, where they are then triggered to an RFP process by a certain monetary amount. That's all. Thank you. So I would accept that, yes.
I think in this case, it probably has to do with, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone, that if it is under $35,000, it's just been a practice that we're able to, make those kinds of decisions, just as administration is. And so if those RFPs are under 35,000, we just sort of, reference the policy for the district and use that. I'm sort of assuming that that's what we've taken on, that kind of process. But I don't have any problem with us, ensuring that it's either cross-reference or, there's an amount that's triggered,
Okay.
as to Commissioner LeBron's point.
Well, there is a tiny little clue in here as to the origins of this policy and why it is the way it is, and that is in the note, Policy Manual BCH revised. That means this is one of the few, before we adopted the 1998 Policy Manual, our policy manual was about 1/4 of an inch thick. There were only a very few policies that were actually passed by resolution as policies, and this is one of them. It was at a time when we had 0 financial policies, 0. The financial policies we have today are the product of the 1998 review, and were recommended by NISBA, or were developed since then. So, what I am here, so I hope that sort of helps people get grounded in why it seems to be hanging out there, not attached to anything. But I'm hearing clearly that there's a desire to add the cross-references, and that would set aside the concerns that you are expressing, Commissioner LeBron?
Correct, except for the last piece is just removing that the superintendent shall establish the procedures to effect an efficient working relationship among consultants and the board and staff members. Only because if we're hiring as a board, the consultant to the board, then that process should really be at the preview of the board of what those procedures are.
So you're asking that the last sentence be
Struck.
deleted?
Yes.
Stricken?
Stricken.
What about that sentence in the middle of it? The superintendent may recommend the employment of consultants to the board.
Well, recommendation's a recommendation.
Yeah, that's
Anybody
what I
can
said.
recommend.
Yeah.
Yes, but
Okay.
you're not saying that these consultants would be working with the board. Yeah, you're not saying that, right, okay.
Okay. So it looks like we've actually got some movement here. Let me ask for a motion to support striking the last sentence.
motion.
I have a
Second.
motion from Commissioner LeBron, seconded by President Elliott. Any further discussion about that narrow issue, of striking the last sentence in the policy? I'm looking at the Zoom participants. Everybody up there comfortable?
Very.
Okay. I don't see any hands. Anybody else here have anything more to add on that topic? It's a very sensible suggestion.
What does the A asterisk D mean, right at the
Oh,
bottom?
I'm sure that it had to do with the typist
Oh.
who.
Can I have a point of just clarification? So also the superintendent is mentioned in the middle where it says the superintendent may recommend the employment of consultants to the board. Is the recommendation to strike that as well or no?
No.
Okay.
Anybody can recommend.
Okay, wonderful.
Okay.
And then last is with regard to the dollar value with the RFP, we're not considering that tonight.
Cross-references,
Just,
they're not officially part of the policy. We can add those without even asking for
okay,
a
so
vote.
just the suggestion to cross-reference.
That's an administrative function,
Wonderful.
okay?
Thank you.
Okay, so I guess if there's no further discussion about the policy, I'll call for a vote. All in favor? Aye. I'm looking at the Zoom participants. I thought I heard from Commissioner Adams.
I said aye as well.
Thank you
You
very
just
much.
didn't hear me.
Thank you very
That's
much.
okay.
Very good, thank you. Okay, having voted on the amendment, are there any other proposals for amendment? Hearing none, can we advance this policy as amended
So
to
moved.
the full board? I actually saw a thumb from Commissioner Patterson as my motion. Can I have a second?
Second.
Seconded by President Elliott. I don't suppose there's a need for further discussion, so all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Perfect, thank you, that passes 7-0. Thank you for your cooperation, everyone. Okay, that will go through the three-stage process along with the goals, and that leaves one other, policy 2440. Very brief. Somehow this policy got hung up in discussion. There was a proposal to change language that never came through. So we're bringing it back as originally presented. Board members, this is almost, it almost goes without saying, but it's important that everyone be clear that where the board does not have a policy that touches on it in any way, shape, or form, it is the superintendent's prerogative. And that's basically the state of the law. But by including that in our policy manual, we're communicating to the public as well as to what domain is of the board versus the domain of the superintendent. And it doesn't prohibit us from creating new policies. But where none exists, the superintendent is fully within her right to make decisions. Okay? That's what this policy basically says. Can we advance this to the full board?
Motion.
I have a motion from Commissioner Elliott and a second from Commissioner Malloy. Any further discussion? Hearing none? All in favor? Aye. And if I didn't hear it, I saw everybody's lips move on Zoom, so thank you so much. That will also advance to the full board. That completes my mission for tonight's policy committee meeting. As was previously negotiated, I will turn over the facilitation of the meeting to the CIGR topic. If Commissioner Adams would like to facilitate this discussion of our legislative breakfast and our legislative agenda. Commissioner Adams, are you there?
Probably trying to find this.
Oh, here he is. He's coming up.
Okay. Welcome to the Community and Intergovernmental Relations Committee. we got new folks on, so I'm gonna go through this. The purpose of this committee is to facilitate the board's working relationship with members of Rochester community, local, state, and national elected officials, lobbyists, and school board organizations to advance RCSD interests, networking, in other words, to develop with the superintendent annual legislative agenda, to review and make recommendations to the board on proposed legislation affecting the board, RCSD, or students, as well as legal cases that may impact the district. CFE is an example, the Campaign for Fiscal Equity, or Foundation Aid, to review all board resolutions pertaining to board positions, appropriate contracts, lobbyists. In other words, for us to be accountable. Advocate on behalf of the board in the RSCD. Be a champion for students, basically what that's saying. Work to build and maintain relationships with local, state, and national elected officials. Don't just shake hands with them, give them a hug and make it last a little longer.
No hugging, no hugging.
Yes, sir. But I'm just telling you, this is how virtual, it can be virtual, but y'all know who I am. I've always done that. And I've survived it. Serve as conduit with City Hall and work closely with board to ensure input on City Hall decisions that may impact the RCSD. Example being the MOE. We're here tonight, we want to discuss a couple items. One being the legislative breakfast date and the theme. The proposed date is March 5th at 10 a.m. That's a Saturday. If there's any objections or conflicts of interest for this date, we do have an alternative date of February 26th, which is the Saturday prior to March 5th Saturday. Same time, 10 a.m. I don't know if folks have their calendar available.
Commissioner Adams, Commissioner Malloy would like to speak.
I'm available on both dates. I'll just throw that out there.
He doesn't know. I don't know.
I'm available either date as well.
Commissioner LeBron?
So I also, I can't see no hands, so I definitely need somebody to call out.
I will help facilitate, no worries. That's the breakdown a little bit with the Zoom and hosting. So Commissioner LeBron also had it.
Yeah, so I'm actually good with, I'd make it work either date, but I just want to uplift personally that I would just prefer the 5th so that you can be there and be fully, just fully recovered and rested the way you need to. I would not want you to be rushing what you need to do for healing to come have to host a legislative breakfast, and I would not want to move forward without you there. So I would support either date, but I would support March 5th as a better date. And I just looked at the New York State legislation session calendar, and they won't be in session on the 5th. That means our New York Rochester delegation will be in town or should be available, especially if we give them a save the date now.
I just wanted to note that isn't the 26th, though, the end of February break? Correct? Okay.
Yeah. That's all the more reason for the 5th.
You go to 5th.
Sounds like the 5th.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I apologize. I just wanted to say, I said, good catch to our superintendent on the date, because the legislation goes right back into session the 28th until the 3rd. So the 5th would be, they should be available on the 5th, again, with notice in advance.
Okay. So without any objections, I guess we can go ahead with that being the top date.
Did we have a theme, Commissioner?
So, yeah, so the theme, the proposed theme is SEL, social emotional learning. Does anybody have any objections with that being the theme? Or do they have any other suggestions? If you have an objection, I hope you have a suggestion.
I think, I'll say, Commissioner, I think that it's appropriate theme with everything that's happening within our world and with our students and with our staff. I think it's an appropriate topic to have. Some way I would like for us to discuss, funding for more fun kinds of things in order to heal us, what we're going through. So I'm looking forward to having those kinds of conversations with our legislative team.
Maybe we could have a dance.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Shake it
That'll
up.
be exciting. Yeah.
Okay. So
Commissioner Adams, I had a question. Is the social emotional learning inclusive or all inclusive, meaning with mental health embedded in that conversation?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. So, is there any other desire for discussion on that theme?
That's a good one.
If not,
That's the theme of the year.
If not, we'll talk about the other discussion item, and that's the agenda itself. Could you put the agenda up there, Kaya? Do you have?
Yes, I'm pulling it up, just 2 seconds.
Okay.
Commissioner Adams, do you mean the agenda or the legislative priorities?
The priorities, which is
Yep, okay.
which is the agenda for that day.
Okay.
The breakfast. Yeah. So I'm looking at some of the feedback notes in reference to that. And I see in funding priorities under assistance with Medicaid reimbursement section, Vice President LeBron had recommended rewording. Is there any feedback or comments regarding the rewording listed, Vice President LeBron?
I'm sorry, Commissioner Adams, I'm reviewing it now because it said that I asked for supporting numbers to support the removal and keep or reword the last bullet. So I think they reworded the last bullet already, Commissioner Adams.
Okay.
Yes, in the red, you'll see the suggested wording.
Okay.
Okay, but without the strike through, right? Yeah.
The underline, please.
The strike through was what was before, so we went ahead and updated the wording there.
So in local priorities, Vice President LeBron had a question on if there's a certain percentage linked to the MOE payments. Superintendent Myers-Smalls, can you or anyone else from the administration weigh in on this?
I didn't hear you, Commissioner Adams.
Vice President LeBron had a question on if there's a certain percentage linked to the MOE payments.
No, there isn't.
Okay.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah.
No.
Under the heading of local priorities, over the years, I'm sure I've sent out a copy of my white paper. I keep saying it's mine, but it's not. To all board members. Most recently, I forwarded a copy to our newest board members. And the proposal in the white paper is that we engage the city in a new fiscal independence agreement. That's one of the sub-bullets under MOE, but it kind of stands on its own because in my proposal, I outline about 14 different ways that we engage with the city that could be negotiated. So looking for an increase in a flat contribution to education is only one pathway forward. And it might be the hardest one to try to negotiate, but there are many other aspects of our relationship with the city that we might have breakthroughs long before we ever get an increase in the education aid that could be as fiscally useful to us as that. For instance, the way that the city engages with us on our capital improvement plan borrowing. They've put restrictions on how much we can borrow and so on that are actually really counterproductive to the city as well as to us. Because when we borrow, the state reimburses us, and that brings new dollars into the community. When the city uses its borrowing authority, that doesn't add to the economic base of the city. They don't get reimbursed from anybody. So, and that's just one little example of areas where a fiscal independence agreement can be much broader than the conversation just about how much aid we get from year to year. And I would really like for our conversation to be about negotiating a full independence agreement, not unlike the two that we've had in our recent history. And if anyone needs a reminder of what that document looks like and what the 14 points are that could be discussed, I'm happy to resend the paper out to anybody who needs to put it at the top of their inbox.
Commissioner Adams, Vice President LeBron has raised her hand as well.
You can say Commissioner too, I don't care. So with the MOE, and this one in particular, I've actually mentioned this multiple times already, and to electeds, and I mentioned it to them at the last legislative priority breakfast. We should have a percentage. There are other things that this community is going to start asking for in regards to increasing equitable revenue for city residents in the city of Rochester, where I do think that if we as a district participated, we would be able to also benefit from. But as it stands, the percentage that we received when the first MOE was established with inflation and over time has really decreased what that percentage would be. And even though there are school taxes that are increased for homeowners in the city of Rochester, we as a district never get those increases. And we get this flat rate for the MOE. So I appreciate that there's a white paper and 14 points. For me personally, I still want to keep it to this MOE, but also this is advocating with the state legislators to change the MOE at the state level to force the city to give us more money. They're not going to want to give it to us. I can tell you all that right now. Malik actually was very adamant. We kind of went back and forth where this funding would come from, but there are places that the city can pull this money from. And again, there will be more conversations in the future around this, but for me, I still want us to ask for an MOE that is represents a percentage of the total amount that the city gets, and that's the amount that we get, so that as inflation goes up or down for the American dollar, that we still get the appropriate percentage that we're entitled to. That's all.
Commissioner Adams?
Yeah.
So Commissioner LeBron is absolutely right that with inflation, the value of the $119.1 million that we get from the city has decreased by 33% over the 18 years. No, I'm sorry, that the aid has been flat. But it is incorrect to say that the taxes collected go to the city. What happens is the city calculates backward from the 119.1 million to set the tax rate to homeowners. So as property values increase, and if they did nothing, the tax levy would increase. So what they do is they decrease the rate of the school tax and very often increase the rate of the city tax by the same amount, so that they may be collecting the same amount of, the same rate overall between the two, and as a result, the city gets more, but they are, for the tax bill, decreasing the school tax rate in order so that the total collections remains 119.1 million. That's the mechanics of it. And so what I'm suggesting is that part of the negotiation could be, for example, that we don't need to increase, we don't necessarily ask that the city council immediately increase the aid to schools. What we could say is, when the tax rate when the school's tax rate drops to, some magically low number because property values have increased, then the city will stop reducing the tax rate and start giving us the increase. One of the things in the legislation that currently exists is, if the economic situation of a city turns, actually the MOE can go down. So if, for instance, if we negotiate with the city that at some future time we start looking at aid from taxes that's projected to go up because property values are going up, if property values go down, then aid to schools would come down. The law allows for that. It doesn't happen right now because our aid from the city isn't tied directly to the taxes collected. But what I'm trying to say is, this is something that could be negotiated, and it could be negotiated a whole bunch of different ways. If the target for an argument for increased MOE, then it doesn't belong under local aid priorities. It belongs under state. It's part of our state ask. If all we want is an increase in MOE, that's a message we take to the state. It doesn't belong in the local aid priorities at all. Thank you for the time, Commissioner Adams. Oh, you're muted.
Is there any other hands up, Kaya?
No other hands up here. I do know that there was some discussion earlier in board officers with regard to the attendance topic.
So there also is Adrian was trying to say something.
We did talk about the way in which the attendance, and help me, Madam Superintendent. We talked about having the attendance issue, this whole thing around the chronic absenteeism, yes, that we need to talk about that. And I'm going to let the superintendent talk more about it, but, with our kids being with sick, and, we need to look at how do we amend their absentee legislation or policy or regulation such that it doesn't really, and these are my words, penalize our students. That if they are doing, how can, given the environment that we're in COVID, how can we amend that so it's not punitive towards our students? But the superintendent is going to weigh in on this.
So could I weigh in on this as well? Because I didn't know you were trying to move along on my agenda. I had a question. I bring this up every month at the board meetings, the NISBA board meetings that I go to. It's been the only issue that I brought to that table coming from the district, because there should be some kind of waiver. There's an issue about this. I don't know if the suburbs don't be seem like they're getting receivership, man. That's a city urban thing. We're being penalized. We're almost becoming a completely full receivership district. And a lot of it has to do with
Attendance.
absenteeism. And to be honest here, in this pandemic, the principals are being put between a rock and a hard place. They're looking at telling the kids don't come in if you're sick, but they're also looking at their school going under for absenteeism. So it's there needs to be some type. They should have never put that into the matrix of receivership, as far as I'm concerned.
The other piece, yeah, I was just going to add, Commissioner, that the other piece to that is that there was also discussion to look in terms of the attendance rate or absenteeism rate for all the schools. And so what Dr. Morris talked to us about this today had to do with the fact that that's a federal regulation, that we'll have to look on the federal level, because I guess the federal regulations come down to the state level or the federal laws. And so, but we need to also have conversation with our federal representatives about their laws on the federal level.
Right.
And Dr. Morris is not here now, but we did have that discussion, and if you remember more, Dr. Myers-Small, you can add in.
Sure. Commissioner Adams, President Elliott hit it right on the head. Those were all of our conversations, and we did speak to the things that are concerns that you have brought up in the past. The only other thing that I would add to that is that also I'm asking that we be allowed flexibility if we have scholars, particularly those at the secondary level who are doing online credit recovery, and they are they're fulfilling their coursework online, that somehow or other we should be able to recoup that, and that should count towards attendance as well, because they're taking the coursework, they're participating in the curriculum. But right now,
the school didn't have to suffer from absenteeism.
Right.
Teacher was scared, and they marked them out absent, and they probably did more learning in that 2 weeks than they did in 2 months with the district, going to the different Black museums and whatnot. So then there's another incident where there was a parent whose child got hit by a car, and the child was out for like 4 or 5 weeks. Chronic absenteeism. There was no waiver for the reason that child was missing school. It was a life or death situation. And the school yet got penalized and went into receivership that year. So there's a lot of issues with that. And so I just had to put that out there, because I've been telling people about that, and the community knows who these people are, because I've been talking about it for a long time, and we need to we just got to keep pushing, and we might could win. We won foundation aid, so anything's possible.
Commissioner Patrician also is joining the conversation.
Aren't there excused absences and unexcused absences that don't count against the students?
Not really.
No?
There are some, but what we're referring to they get dinged as far as demonstrable indicators, and it's an indicator with the state as far as whether a school is in good standing or not.
And I'll also add, did you have something else to say? Okay. I would also add that I think that we need to help our parents to understand this process, because I think if we help them to understand the process, their decisions about whether their children should stay home from school or not would be different. Sometimes they may be staying home to take care of a baby while the parent go to work, and that parent may say, well, if you're going to be, if it's going to impact you in school, maybe we I'll stay home and make some other arrangements. So I just think that we also need to give our parents that information so that, you know, they're more of a partner with us. They know the information, we know the information, and I tend to believe if they knew what we know, that would increase, in this case, the level of attendance.
What I can do, Commissioner Patterson, is give you the definitions and what counts and what doesn't count, because there's a different kind of measure and matrix relative to that, if that would be helpful.
Thank you.
I remember I used to volunteer in the school, and I used to tell other parents, man, like in kindergarten there, if your kids, if the snot is green, keep them home. I'm telling you, know, because it's going to spread. But we're getting dinged for that. You know, so people trying to win the award for not missing a day at school when the child done spread colds and flu around the building 10 times during the season. You know, so I'm totally against that.
Commissioner Adams, Vice President LeBron also wanted to join the conversation.
Well,
Okay.
I just want to ask, because, yeah, when we first said attendance, I was like, we talked about this? Vice President Ellie is like, yeah, we did. So there's different levels to this, and I believe President Elliott already addressed that. But then in thinking about this now, with the impact of COVID, we should be asking for some sort of waiver. And this may be a big 5 issue, but there has to be a waiver for this year around attendance piece, because we're forcing kids to stay home. Even if, and especially for us, we're not doing the test to stay right now. So we're telling kids, like, you had some, you know, symptoms, you have to go home, and that is absolutely going to impact attendance. So is there a way to at least minimally for now, like as a short-term, long-term future goal for this, to advocate for a waiver for this year due to COVID on attendance and the impact on receiverships? And
that's what we should be.
And
asking
then
for.
long-term, figuring out what we can do to long-term, you know, advocate with the Big 5 around changes.
So can we expect, Madam Superintendent, that you'll make that ask about attendance and not being penalized? Okay.
Okay, so under there, I see that the SEL is under funding priorities. Should maybe we put that in its own section?
Yes, that is going to be the theme. We will raise it to the top, and we'll have additional verbiage research as well as data. We'll work with the administration to really flesh that out some more now that it will be the main theme. And so there will be additional asks kind of built in underneath that, but definitely wanted to just highlight that as its own bullet. But it will be fleshed out more in the final draft.
Okay, now, and President Elliott, you looking to have more discussion in regards to staffing priorities for the certification requirement?
Yeah, that had to do with that.
CDL?
No, not SEL.
Not CDL, I said.
Yes, CDLs. Yes. But it goes further too. Yeah, because there was someone mentioned, I can't, about there's a piece in the CDL the mechanics piece that the included in that certification, and in passing that certification, there is a piece that speaks about having to know mechanics, you know, just in case the bus broke down, the bus driver will be able to repair the bus. And so, you know, wanted to have that to be included on there. But also with regard to the highly qualified, diverse teachers, you know, that whole thing around the certification is something that and I think that when we had the meeting with the commissioner Rosa and Regent, the Chancellor, Young, that we were talking about. I think they're looking at how do we amend the certification in order that we would get more diverse recruitments for teachers. So that's already being discussed when we had that big meeting via Zoom. But yeah, I think that we need to continue to have that on the agenda, because it appears that, you know, more, less people of color are able to move through that certification process, but they're good teachers for whatever reason. So I think that we need to discuss that more with our legislators.
Other discussions on anything somebody feels needs to be on the agenda, or any suggestions from Commissioner Simmons?
No suggestions at this time. However, I would like to think about that and maybe submit some later. Is that possible?
Yes, it is.
All right, that's about it.
And Commissioner Patterson?
And no suggestions at this time.
Okay. So with that, I'm going to use a point of personal privilege in reference to something that was on the agenda. And I just would like to say I won't be mad if I get East.
Listen,
Wait, this commissioner that the other Adams go, you better take East, or one of the girls.
I said to you, I was giving you first dibs.
All right.
All right, take
You know,
it.
I do have a kid at East as well. Just saying, I have a vested interest in East as well, you know.
But he asked for it.
I know.
So with that, I'll turn this back over to the president.
All right, thank you. Now, should we do the survey?
That's all that's left to be done.
Yeah, but we do have, there is an issue after we close this meeting that we discussed in the board officers meeting around communication protocols, that I'd like to have an initial conversation after we close out this meeting. So we will complete the survey, and then after that, we'll spend a few minutes talking about the communication protocols.
That reminds me, the very first policy in section 1000 is communication, community relations. That's something we need to ask Marisol to go through. I see she's here. I mean, I think this block is going.
Are we set, Collier?
So, we change the wording on the second to last question?
No, no changes yet. But the new changes will go into place for the next school year, because there were quite a few suggestions in in the beginning of the school year, so.
Understood, okay.
We'll do some changes to the survey.
But I never think about that. Yeah, can I do it from here?
Commissioner Powell, you can motion to adjourn your meeting if you would like.
For certain, if everyone's finished their survey, can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
So seconded.
I have a motion from Commissioner Elliott, and I heard a second from Commissioner Simmons. Didn't I?
Malloy.
Oh, I'm sorry. See, now I can't tell where sound is coming from. All in favor?
Yep.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Powell, and thank you, Commissioner Malloy, for the governance committee as well. So we had some conversation around our communications protocol, and we want to open that up for conversation. I'm going to let Vice President LeBron talk about it.
Yeah, so I wanted to bring this to the full board's attention because the protocols that our previous president emailed the board right before he left, those protocols were put in place with an old board and a different administration. And I would like this board and this administration to revisit that so that we can come to a collective agreement of what we want to see. And then in addition to the communication protocol, so we want to have a work session specifically to discuss that entire process. Even the board question log, I mean, that kind of came out of and grew from previous administrations, previous boards. Whether that works or it doesn't work, what we want to see change. But the other piece is the presentations that were provided by the administration. I know I can speak for myself. They, for me, are not as data-driven as they should be, and often I'm left wondering where the data is even coming from. So there are pieces that I would like us as a body to have conversations so that we can set the standard and the expectation moving forward, because then it allows the administration to come with the information that we all collectively want to see, perhaps minimize some of our meetings if we have the information correct the first time, and not so much back and forth. So I just want to put that out there and drop that tonight. I'm not asking you all to have a decision tonight. I'm asking that we have a work session to discuss both the data, the reports, and how presentations are given to this board, and then the communications. Commissioner Malloy?
Thank you. That's awesome. In complete agreement. I can make my decision tonight, but that's exactly what I would be in favor of. So kudos, that's excellent.
Yeah, I would just also point out that I remember when towards probably the last couple of weeks of President White, there was some conversation about some asks that were being made by individual board members that required a large amount of time. And so we have to also talk about that, because one commissioner cannot ask for an inordinate amount of research, and if it's not been approved by at least 4 members of the board. And, you know, it's a time issue for them as well. So those things we need to discuss as well.
Right, and there's some basic information I think that we should be able to ask for. You know, it should be readily available. And I think with a lot of our data systems that need to be updated, maybe that's half the problem there too. Like they can't just simply plug something in and grab something for us. I mean, sometimes I feel like I'm asking really simplistic questions, and I don't realize the time commitment that it's going to take of finance, et cetera. And we don't know if we're being a burden on the staff, and I'd certainly not want that to be the case. But I think as commissioners, we have an obligation to be in the know about all of that data in our district, and if it's not readily available for us, then it's not readily available for the public, you know, and it's just a transparency issue for me, and we're here to represent the community.
Yeah, I love the idea. It's something that I came in asking about, is if we had a standardized practice or request for data information when we are looking at presentations. So I do agree with those comments. I don't want to be redundant, but I think it would be extremely advantageous for the cabinet or administration, should I say, to have an understanding of what data we're looking for ahead of time, and that really helps with preparation and keeps everything moving forward. Anything that comes after that would be additional requests, but just that standard data set of information that we're requesting would really move the presentations forward and allow for us to make more meaningful decisions, maybe even more quickly.
Yeah, we had a really healthy discussion during board officers around this. And, you know, we want to make sure that we're bringing you, when we give you presentations, that they're informative. If we're asking you to make a decision or to help determine next steps, that you need as much information or data that's going to help you make that decision most effectively. So we had the conversation that we would bring it forward and have that conversation, because we don't want commissioners walking away frustrated or like, that didn't answer my question. But I think the other part of this too, though, is we do have some antiquated systems, and there is sometimes, I think, a disconnect. We're not trying to not be transparent. We just can't get you that information quickly, and you know, and it does take some person hours to get that done. So I think just having a healthy conversation about what types of data we can access, where we get that from, and how quickly we can, will help to, if there's just any disconnect relative to what you need and what we can get.
And you should just know, particularly the newer commissioners, that historically, the district would not give us information, you know, or would not put it in a presentation that we can advocate. You know, we had raw data and had to figure it out ourselves. And, you know, the district is supposed to be the subject matter experts, but there was that kind of disconnect, and that used to frustrate me to no end, that I would just have this raw data. But that was done intentionally, historically, you know, so.
I just want to add too, though, in regards to antiquated systems, we are supposed to be getting an upgrade, so I would still like to understand the update, what that process would look like. And then back to President Elliott's comments on us being mindful, I want us to be mindful too, but I also, you know, again, going back to the communications protocol, when board members are asking questions, I will go through and read everybody's responses to all commissioners, and sometimes they're not responses. And that's not acceptable either, to say, yeah, you know, on Tuesday, the administration reviewed the document. That's not an answer. That doesn't answer the commissioner's questions. So I don't want us to be spinning in circles, because I do think what it creates is frustration for all of us. And I know for me, that frustration comes out here in the dais, because I don't want to keep spinning in circles. I'm extremely busy, and I dedicate a lot of time to doing my due diligence as a commissioner, but I should not have to do extra due diligence because I submitted a question, it came back with a very generic answer that does not answer anything, and now I gotta go back to the administration and say, this didn't answer. I should not have to do that. None of us should have to do that. So if we can establish, again, have a work session, talk about what the expectation is from both sides, the standard of communication, what we expect, not just in presentations and data and reports, but even if we even keep that log. I like the log, but we may not want the log. So what other options exist for us to have better two-way communication so that we're all working, you know, in the same direction, if you will?
Hear, hear.
And so for me, I didn't even interpret the statement that Vanna put out about the communications in that way. The way it read to me was if I could not even go to, say, Mike Schmidt and ask him a question. I need to go straight to the top. And I just really, first of all, I like to talk to everybody. I think that we're a team, that we need to be able to build some kind of trust amongst each other, that I'm not going to be, that really bothered me because I said, well, I'm going to have to start asking everything on the dais. Hello?
We're here.
We hear you, Commissioner Adams.
Yeah.
Oh, you can, some kind of way I lost my.
Some protocol that's, even if it's an informal kind of piece, that the superintendent or somebody is aware, because they are her staff. And, you know, she's responsible for that staff. So I think that in some way, if we're having conversation, and we do this, we do this, you know. Leslie may not know at times that we're having conversations, you know, with some of her team, but we do need to be mindful and respectful that we have a superintendent here who needs to know that the people who she reports to is having conversations with the people who report to her. So I think there's got to be some respect there as well. Did you want to respond to that, Mr. Commissioner Adams?
So, like yesterday, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, Sunday, I gave a shout out to Glenn, because he was at the Buffalo Bills game. You know what I'm saying? And I just was like, I was feeling that, but I said, should I
well,
not
Leslie don't need to know that.
Should I not put it on Facebook?
I saw it, Commissioner Adams. I saw the post. I saw it. You good.
Commissioner Patterson?
I agree with Commissioner Adams. I think we have to start doing things a different way. I think that I'm into building relationships, and being able to just pop in someone's office and talk to him or talk to her, not questioning them or browbeating them, but just genuinely having conversation builds relationships. The way I see it right now, the way I feel, the things I've heard, especially when I was campaigning, is that oftentimes people in the administration are afraid to talk to you as board members. I'm new, but this was the information on the campaign, that they're afraid to talk for retaliation purposes. But we have to change the way of doing things. We have to start loving on one another and respecting one another and trusting one another and, and have integrity and, all the kind things. Be more forgiving, to one another. But the only way for us, being this board and the administration, to grow is if we're allowed to have those open conversations and trust more. And then if someone violates that trust, then you let them know they're doing things that they shouldn't be doing. But if we continue this way, that there's a blockage there between us and the administration, we will never get anything accomplished.
But I think we have to talk about that more, Commissioner Patterson, because I don't think that we should just pop up. I think that we need to make calls, and they may not be able to see us now, but that's something that we could talk about.
Right, but let me bounce back on that. That's what we're talking about here, and that's what I think Commissioner Adams and I is saying, that it's not working. We're not building relationships that way, and relationships are key.
Yeah, we'll talk about it more. Commissioner Powell?
Yeah, so what Commissioner Patterson and Commissioner Adams both were saying is really gets to the heart of the health, morale, and welfare issues. And I don't know that there's ever been a moratorium against, conversations with administration in the hallway and giving encouragement. The dilemma comes in where conversation morphs into a topic that's specific to the administrator, and where the administrator feels that it's something in particular is being asked of them, jumping the chain of command. And that's where I think in the past some of the protocols that have sprung up were a direct result of that jumping the chain of command over and over again. And it's not one-sided. It's not like board members are entirely to blame. Part of it is that the administration looks to at interactions with the board. Those are not equal relationships, right? So an administrator may feel that they're being asked, something is being asked of them, and may resent it, because that chain of command has been jumped, but doesn't feel that they can say anything about it. And that's where the dilemma comes in, is then they may not be going to the superintendent and saying, I feel awkward about this. Is this how I should be spending my time? They don't say anything to anybody, and it just becomes an increasing problem where behavior on the part of a board member becomes intrusive and takes up administrative time, and increasingly more and more and more of it, because no one will say anything, because we're board members and the power dynamic is not equal. So we have to we as a board have to be cognizant of that, and when we're looking at negotiating new protocols, find the place where we get what we need, but we're not doing it at the expense of the superintendent's staff's time and priorities.
And the other piece to that I would say is that there are union implications, because if we have employees to go to their unions complaining about a board member, that's another dynamic into this piece. So this needs more discussion. Yeah.
I just want to just uplift that imbalance and balance of power piece that Commissioner Powell was mentioning, because I do think that is the concern. It's one thing to have conversations with folks that you're seeing here or in the hallway. It's a whole other dynamic if I'm in my office working and a board member pops in if I'm at work. That's awkward as hell, first of all. I didn't know you were coming. My boss is going to want to know that you were here. My boss is going to want to know what we were talking about. I don't want to put staff in that position, and it's awkward for them because it is a power imbalance. So I don't want to support that. If you don't already genuinely have those relationships and you're not building those and through the administration, I don't want to encourage that piece. What I do want to encourage, though, what Ricardo, what Commissioner Adams is saying is like, sometimes he does have a transportation question, and some of the administration's team, we're told, like, yeah, just text, you could text Mike. Sometimes I'll text Leslie and she'll tell me, let me find out with Mike, or you text Mike. She'll direct you to do it, and then she'll give her team a heads up, hey, I just told the board member to give you a call. So you could do it that way if there are questions, but again, we can discuss what that protocol looks like. The fear of retaliation, that comes from board members, from staff too. They don't want to be in a position where they're in the middle between a board member and the superintendent. That's an awkward place to be, and it does create fear for people. It just does. And I don't want to, support that, but I do want to support having those open lines of communication. And Commissioner Adams, you said going right to the top. You are the top. We're the top. The board is the top. And then Dr. Myers-Smalls right there along with us. That is the top. We're the top. We're going top down. So that's all.
And all I get an understanding. And so I love the idea of talking about this in a work session, getting that understanding, that clarity, putting the boundaries in place and moving forward from there.
Commissioner Malloy?
Again, I think they're just some, one of my main frustrations, and then I'll let everyone go. My main frustration is when you have like a finance question that you think is pretty basic, and you don't realize the time commitment that it's going to be, and then, you get clarification around what your question is, and then suddenly, oh, I think this is going to take too much time. And it has, I think, more to do with the systems that we have in place. The realization that, I'll give you an example. I asked for the amount of money that we are paying in terms of special ed to charter schools. I just needed to I wanted to know that, what we pay on a yearly basis. And then I wanted to know what we pay in trends over time. And it became a question that couldn't be answered relatively easily. So, and I understand that, but it's information that I think that we need to make some of the decisions that are coming up as a board, especially when we're talking about reconfiguring or closing schools. And it's just, that's a frustration I have had, is not having access to that.
So it seems that we need to talk about this more at a work session. And so it's been a good discussion, and I thank Commissioner LeBron and the superintendent for bringing this up, because it is a different board, and I think that if we have, agreed upon protocols, it makes us even more effective in what we're doing. So if there's nothing else, I'm going to ask for a motion to adjourn.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right, good night, everybody.
Good night.